shut
come
up.
on,
Shut
Jesus.
up. It's a Thursday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
30 degrees right now. Going to get up into the mid-30s. Depending on where you are, it is bad out there.
Yeah, a little windy.
Yeah, windy. There's snow on a lot of the roads. There's still some snow coming down in certain places. So check the forecast, depending on where you are. As Tommy loves to say, give yourself some extra time.
Slow your ass down.
It was a little slick, but I was coming in like 2-3 hours ago.
But the plow guys are out.
Plow guys are out.
Yep.
Plow guys are out there. Keep going, plow guys.
Do it.
Welcome to your first job of the year. We're proud of you. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
hitting on a woman is difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You're hanging yourself out there.
Yes.
And I want you to keep that in mind as I tell you a backstory that will eventually get us to where we need to be.
Okay.
Because on Saturday, the Syracuse football team ruined the University of Miami's season.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
destroyed.
big upset.
You got it. So,
Knocked them out, right? in
Yep.
The playoffs?
Yep. Miami came to Syracuse. Miami, with a win, played in the ACC championship and would have made the 12-team playoff, this new playoff thing.
Yeah.
The upset that Syracuse accomplished knocked them out officially. Miami will not play in the 12-team tournament. I give you that background
Yeah.
to tell you a different story.
All right.
Side story.
You got it. Now, Kim, you saw this.
I did.
There is a woman. Her name is Ashley Wenkodsky. She works for a Syracuse TV station. She was on the sidelines covering the game.
Yeah.
And this woman claims that as Syracuse was driving for the eventual game-winning field goal, as she was standing covering the game,
Yeah.
Sebastian the Ibis,
Who?
he is
Miami's
the mascot
mascot.
for Miami. He's the bird with
Oh, the bird.
the bird with the jersey and
Gotcha.
sailor's
Okay.
cap.
Yep.
By the way, I always
You've
thought
seen him.
I
You
always thought he was a
recognize him.
pelican.
I
I
did
did
too.
too.
He's an ibis.
Oh.
Okay.
I didn't know what an ibis
All right.
was. I thought ibis was the name of that English actor who I didn't know was English until like a year ago.
Idris?
Thank you.
So the mascot.
The mascot approaches Ashley, who is doing her job, and through the mascot costume, asks this woman for her number.
Really?
Yes.
Apparently he got down on one knee or something, like he was proposing or something.
I will read you the tweet from Ashley.
Yeah.
She says, Sebastian the Ibis just kneeled down and asked for my number mid-drive. Feels like he has bigger things to worry about with his team on the ropes in the fourth quarter at the Dome, but who am I to say?
Okay.
So she's actually done a couple interviews this week where she expanded on the story, saying she believes whoever was in the costume was actually legitimately trying
Like it
to
wasn't
get her
just
number.
a silly movement that the
Yeah.
mascot was doing.
Because he
It was
talked.
yeah.
The mascot talked, which, by the way, day one of mascot
Yeah.
school.
Yeah.
You don't talk through the mascot costume. All right. So Miami loses. It appears the Ibis did not get Ashley's phone number.
Just a
Oh.
loss all around
It's
for Miami.
Not good.
No.
Not good.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm trying to figure out.
What was that?
Tommy, you look sharp today.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. And you could walk in a bar looking like that, feeling confident, thinking that you had the ability to get a woman's phone number.
Yeah.
And you would fail, but
Oh, thank you.
you have to have confidence in yourself
Oh,
to
sure
even
you do.
attempt that,
Gotta
right?
put it out there.
What I'm trying to figure out is this guy inside the bird costume.
Yeah.
What-
Working.
Yeah. What did he think he had to offer in that moment where this woman, who's quite attractive, very attractive,
I'm about to say, man, she's got to be hot.
Well, this was fun.
We can't say somebody's hot?
you didn't even see her, and she looks like she's 14.
She's not 14 and she's a
Looks like-
sideline reporter.
She may have just graduated from
Yeah.
Syracuse.
Or could still be there.
Yeah.
Well, that's legal.
Well,
Oh, haven't we said on the show before?
Well, you're the ones making an issue out of
No,
it.
you
Not,
didn't.
I
I
said
said-
when she was hot. You got to bring
No.
her. She's young.
You don't even know what she
I
looks
said-
like.
I
You
said
don't even know what she looks
You
like.
do that.
Oh,
By
I
the
do
way,
this.
she's got to be hot because
were you in that mascot costume?
I'll tell you what.
He's
man,
about the same height.
For him to say she's hotter than all the chicks he sees in Miami.
Or he does this to everybody. It's
That
just
would
the
be a
first-
story then.
What? That the mascot
That the guy
is-
hits on
I
everybody
don't
as
know.
a
Give it
joke.
time. More people may come forward.
You know how these stories go. One story breeds other stories. I just don't get. I said she is quite attractive.
Yeah.
You've never seen her. Gotta be hot.
She's got to be hot because
mean,
all the
think
hotties.
Think
you don't
about
think
it, though.
Miami,
This kid goes to school in Miami. Who's ever in the costume? I'm sure he's around hot chicks a lot.
Can you imagine the talent at a U game in
A U,
Miami?
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
It would
That's
be
what we're.
done.
That's
It's
kinda
off
what
the
we're saying.
charts.
We'd be
They
done.
did a whole documentary on
Oh,
it.
what was it called?
Hot U chicks.
Ah.
They're legal though, Pat.
Yeah, oh, totally legal. Tommy Muley, not creepy. Yesterday we're talking about Girls Gone Wild, and you're like, yeah, that was probably a rough thing. This morning, hey, she's probably legal. She's probably. God,
Anyway,
So what's your
I
question?
don't even remember where we were going.
I do, thank God. What that guy in the bird costume thought he had going on.
Right.
Where he
Arrogance.
But
Maybe
like,
she's like, did he think like he had some pull just being a mascot?
Does he think he's famous?
Yes.
For being
Yeah.
the mascot?
okay,
That's what I mean.
that's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
Like, of course you'd want to go at me on the mascot.
Okay, is that like?
Despite not knowing anything about me or what I look like.
It could be arrogance. Just total male macho arrogance.
But she can't even see you. She doesn't know what you're built like. She doesn't know what
Sometimes
you
there are
look like.
women in those costumes.
It's normally women because
Yeah.
they're small mascots.
Yeah.
Like, fun fact, sorry to ruin everybody's day. Otto the Orange,
Yeah.
all women.
Always.
Oh, wow.
All women. In
Yeah.
fact, last year they did this video where the graduating Ottos, because they have like 12 Ottos throughout the season, they unmasked them, like, goodbye, thank you for having us. And guys were upset, like tweeting underneath, what do you mean? Otto is a boy, and those are girls. The girls cannot be Otto the
I don't know
Orange.
if you noticed. Otto, kind of short.
Yeah, tiny,
Yeah.
round,
Yeah.
orange. I just don't understand.
What's that?
Without her being able to see him,
Yeah.
without him being able to charm her, without any information about him at all, why he thought he would have had a chance to get this woman's
Because
number.
that's how dumb and arrogant men are when it comes to women.
Like
Okay.
you're so arrogant that you feel like you could be dressed as a giant
Right.
bird and get a woman's number.
Like, not
Like I don't know who that would work.
Thank
on.
you.
Take
there-
this woman being on the sidelines out of it. Like just if he went up to any woman in that stadium, there's no way they're gonna be like, oh sure, here mystery person.
And there's just certain cities and towns, well, I will say cities, that are they just breed arrogant douchebags.
Okay,
They're factories for it.
douchebag factory.
You know what I'm talking about. Like when you run into somebody from a certain town, you go, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You're acting just like that town.
You know, the only thing I can think of as we have this discussion again, Sebastian the Ibis, the mascot for the University of Miami, legitimately asked for a phone number of a Syracuse reporter on the sidelines as the Syracuse Orange were driving to end Miami's playoff bid.
Yeah.
The only thing, it's like that Shakespeare theory where he's in costume, so if he gets shot down as in a disguise,
Oh,
you
okay.
feel more bold when your face isn't
Yeah.
exposed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're wearing like a little protection.
Exactly. But
Coat of bird armor.
let's say in a hypothetical world, this
Yeah.
woman is into mascots and is even taken aback by the boldness of this man's
Yeah.
move, right? She says, yes, I would love to take your phone number. She's eventually going to have to see what you look like.
Right.
So, like, that shield would be taken away.
Yeah.
Right? And it feels like that rejection would hurt even more because she was into something about you dressed
Right.
as a bird,
Yeah.
but seeing you not as a bird, no thank you.
Okay. Yeah. But if it all worked out, it's a hell of a love story.
But it wasn't gonna.
Yeah. But if it did,
But it wasn't gonna.
it'd be one of those things you tell your grandkids, right?
I banged the bird from Miami.
On
Yeah.
national television.
Yeah, there's one more thing here,
What's that?
and it's a bit of a weird road to go down.
Mm.
There are people whose sexual fetish is mascots.
Oh, yeah.
Can you please Google? There's a term for it, Kimmy. Can you please Google?
Furries, right? And
Okay, yeah, I
isn't
guess
that what
we can
they
go with
call
furry.
themselves?
Yeah.
Well, but he's got feathers, so are they a feathery?
Maybe.
Yeah, let's go with fur.
Well, it's a costume fetish.
Yeah. Okay,
basically.
fair enough.
Yeah.
And
Our boy had it here.
oh, right.
Bill Sherman.
Okay.
He talked about
I
it. He-
know. Well, it wasn't a furry. It was a costume.
But he was into that stuff.
He was into women that dressed as superheroes. He wasn't into bears.
Was it Wonder Woman?
Yeah, I
Or-
think so.
Or Superwoman?
I thought it was all superheroes.
Yeah, maybe
Any
so.
superhero, because that's actually also, not to get really weird on you,
Right.
there's a whole subgenre of pornography of women dressed as superheroes.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
There's
straight
something
up.
for everybody out there.
But I always, like, it was funny. Like, somebody showed me one of those videos as a joke,
Yeah.
and I didn't get it. Like, she's Superwoman. She could do better than that guy.
Yes.
He's in a studio apartment. You know what I mean? Like,
True.
she can leap tall buildings in a single
The
bound and
logistics
stop
of it
bullet.
all
I'm
just
just,
line up.
like, what happened? I can't imagine that having sex with Superwoman would be good for your body.
No, probably.
Right? You can't please Superwoman. I can't please normal woman. What chance do I have with Superwoman? But so I had an experience
Yeah.
a couple of years ago during our Rib Fest.
Yeah.
I was dressed up in the drunk Russian bear.
Oh, yeah,
costume.
Oh,
We had a mascot for Rib Fest. He was
Yeah.
the drunk Russian bear. Too much of a backstory.
Yeah.
Don't even ask. So
long explanation.
I'm inside the bear costume because none of our interns wanted to do it because it was like
Surprisingly.
1,000 degrees outside. And there was a woman who would not leave me alone
Yeah.
in the bear costume. Grown woman
Yeah.
who followed me around, and she was like putting her arms on me, and at one point was grinding her crotch on the bear
Yeah.
costume. And I didn't want to like speak because there were like kids around,
Yeah.
but I didn't want to be there. But I couldn't get away because one, the bear costume was too big and heavy to navigate,
Yeah.
and like none of the interns that were like my security guards,
Not doing their jobs.
they didn't notice, and I'm what do I do?
What can you do?
But this woman was attracted to the costume.
Yeah, she got turned on.
Yeah, she didn't know that handsome me was inside.
Yeah.
Had
there
nothing
you
to
go.
do with the man behind the bare head.
She had no idea there was a man inside because there were
Yeah.
also women wearing that
Yeah.
costume all weekend long.
It's just the costume. It does it for him.
So, okay, so does that mean that this Ibis, Sebastian the Ibis, does he get laid based on just the
I
costume?
bet he does. Man.
Okay.
I mean, that's a big program. You're a part of it. You're around all these celebrities. Why wouldn't you get caught up in it? You're the top bird. You are.
Would you be impressed by a woman that was a high-end mascot?
No.
Kimmy, would you be impressed by a man that was a high-end mascot?
No, but it is an interesting lifestyle. I'm interested in it. I'm not turned on by it.
Okay. Because look, there is a difference, right?
Yeah.
There's a kid from Rochester who is one of the leprechauns
Yeah.
for Notre Dame. We
Right.
talked about it earlier
Yeah.
this
Like
year.
it's a pretty cool thing. Like it's a pretty unique experience. Put it that way.
But I can't imagine that kid like pulls digits being the leprechaun
Oh, I
for
bet
Notre
you he
Dame.
does, man. People just want to be around celebrities, and
I
they're
also
just-
think it's-
they're star bangers, man. Like you're okay. I can't get in, but you're next to that guy. I'll take you.
I mean,
I
think
mean, there's
it's,
throwaway chicks and dudes at every bar.
it's different too. I think
There's
when you're
third stringers get wet too, bro.
okay.
What?
I'm going home.
I'm just trying to tell you
I'm
how
not
the,
even looking at you with a
the,
face.
Yeah.
the chain
Will
of,
not.
of
Nope.
you know losers work.
Shut up. No, I've been hanging out with you a long time. I know how the chain of losers works. Have you heard about the chain of losers?
I think it's also different when you're a mascot that you don't have the full costume, so everybody knows what you look like.
You're talking
like
about
the
Leprechaun.
leprechaun,
Yeah, okay.
or like at my school, it was the Mountaineer. It was just a guy with a beard.
I bet
you know
that
what I
guy
mean?
got
I'm
tore
sure
up.
he did very well for himself.
Of course, man.
But yeah,
Blue
like I
Hillbilly
feel like
chicks?
that's a little different because people instantly recognize you. You know what I mean? Like you feel like a celebrity on campus.
No, but like we can even use the male-female equivalent here because I don't. Was it this year or last year the first female mountaineer was named as a
No,
mascot?
there
Or
have been
was-
female. There have been female mountaineers
Okay.
in the past.
My apologies, but I do remember reading a story of the female mountaineer losing her job.
No, that was when I was in school.
Okay.
She
she do?
she got in trouble. I think she got I can't remember if she got arrested at a bar or kicked out of a bar for like dancing on the table.
But wasn't she
That's
dressed
it?
as the mountaineer when she was doing it?
possibly? I can't remember what actually got her. What
That kind of goes with the whole mountaineer
It
spirit,
was-
right? Drunk.
apparently you're not supposed to take the costume out, party
Oh.
with it.
So, but the reason I bring this up is I remember looking at this woman in the mountaineer costume, thinking
Yeah.
to myself, that is the least attractive thing a woman could put on. It's a coonskin cap,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right, with like, you know.
She had the regular costume on. Yeah.
It's very manly.
Yeah, it's a mountaineer,
Right.
Right? And,
Does she have like a beard and stuff?
No. She's just a female mountaineer.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look,
she's not dressed like a guy.
in defense of, the mascot, there's nothing that says the women in West Virginia can't have beards if they become
Oh
mountaineers.
no, you can do it. Yeah.
And you don't even really need to buy it,
Mm.
just not shave for a couple.
Yes.
Thank you. But no, I remember looking at that thinking like, I understand that this is an honor for this girl, but there's nothing sexually attractive about a woman dressed as a mascot. There's not a sexy mascot, is there?
There isn't
think
for
of one.
you.
Think of a sexy female mascot in college
college
I
football,
can't even
pro
think
sports.
of a traditionally female mascot. Like, there have probably been female leprechauns, right?
But
That
they're-
I don't know.
I mean, most mascots are animals, right? For the most part.
Yeah, some ladies are too.
Well, do they? I'm trying to think of. Like, there are some schools that have like the people riding out on like the horses or the.
Okay, but the mascot
carriages.
is what they're riding, like
Right.
Bevo, the
No,
steer.
yeah, I guess
I mean,
you're
yeah,
right.
the Longhorn that comes
Yeah.
out on Texas. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or like the covered wagon that comes out for Oklahoma.
Yeah. But yeah,
But-
like a Sooner. But
Yeah.
the logo of the Sooner is a dude.
Right.
Has there been a female Seminole?
I don't know.
That's always the dude that on the horse was always a dude.
The dude on the horse was always a dude, Kimmy.
Yeah.
What I mean,
it's not a chick dude. It's a male
but we don't
dude.
know. There may
But
have been one. You
you-
just never paid attention.
But the logo is a guy.
Yeah.
yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is I can't think of a single female mascot that I
No.
would. You're right.
Yeah.
Like it's not like Mama Celeste. Yeah, like that does it for me. Make me that pizza. Put me to bed, baby. Is that weird that we don't have a single female mascot?
Well, think of how sports was traditionally all men anyway. So that's when it was. All these mascots were created. They weren't thinking about, there may be a chick in this someday.
Well, no, I just find not that Go ahead.
I mean, as of recently, with like the WNBA, they have, I think, some female mascots.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that's
Yeah.
specifically
Like I said, that's more recent, I think.
But even the idea of not the idea that these schools would be like eventually we're going to have a female mascot in the costume. I'm saying like some of the mascots in college sports are the stupidest things ever. Right? There's the
tree.
the Stanford Cardinal, but
Yeah.
it's
just
a tree.
It's a pine tree.
Right? Like, the Temple Owls.
Yeah.
Right? It's you have some of the dumbest animals and
Well,
things.
Georgia has a bulldog.
Yeah.
A fat, dumb dog.
Which they keep naming over and over again
Yeah.
the same thing. We know it's dying. You're not fooling anybody. So if you're going to be like, what?
So, I mean, these are people in costumes, but Stella is the owl mascot at Temple.
Oh, so that is a female.
Female owl.
Which is weird because the one time the owl's head got knocked off, that was a dude in there.
Oh.
Have you ever seen that video? Quick sidebar.
No.
He gets in a fight. I can't remember which school
Like
they
a
were
legitimate
playing.
fight?
So the Temple Owl at a basketball game has to keep flapping their wings the entire game.
Yeah.
So he gets into it with another mascot while flapping his wings the whole time. His head falls off. He's angry. Like you could see it in his face.
Yeah.
He's still flapping his wings while he's doing it with his human head in the owl costume.
So you remember when Lasorda got into that fight with the Philly Fanatics?
Oh, yeah.
That could have been a chick, and he wouldn't have known it.
Oh, you're right.
Because they literally got pissed off because they had that doll of Lasorda that they were like kicking around.
One of the greatest mascot moments of all
God.
time. But no, you're right. He could have beat the hell out of a woman having no idea.
Yeah.
Kimmy, I'm sorry.
Somebody did bring up Mitzi from the Red Wings.
Okay, well that's built in.
And it was also a secondary mascot. Just saying.
Yeah, I know.
Kate is the lioness mascot at Hofstra University.
All right, now we're getting,
We're
getting somewhere, though.
We're hitting some
Zippy,
basement.
Wait, the kangaroo is a
the
girl?
kangaroo at the University of Akron.
It's a
Is a girl, female
Now
kangaroo.
we're kind of
yes.
getting down like bargain basement.
Yeah, I mean,
colleges.
They do make the tournament every once in a while.
Yeah.
Akron.
Yeah, and we brought up Temple. What's the difference?
Well, Temple was a powerhouse.
Okay, yeah, back when you were like, in your 50s, 20, 30, 80 years ago. 25 JWCMF. Let's take one call. Again, this all started from Sebastian the Ibis hitting on a female Syracuse supporter in full costume as Miami was losing this game on Saturday at Syracuse to knock them out of the college football playoff. Joe's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing, Duff?
Good, man. What's up?
Good. Go Bills. Hey, I'm pretty sure they have a female Nittany Lion at Penn State. Do they not?
Isn't a Nittany Lion always a female?
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a
Maybe
chick
that's
lion.
what it is then.
A Nittany lion is a
It's
All I
the
know
weirdest
about it is
costume.
I would clean her litter box.
Oh, God, Joe.
I'm just telling you, man. She looked pretty hot to a costume, buddy.
Boo! Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I thought, because a Nittany Lion always a woman? A
I don't
girl?
know.
Lion?
I didn't know what a Nittany is.
Isn't that what they called you when you were? It sounds like a slang for like a sissy man when you were a kid. Look at that Nittany. Come here, Nittany boy.
It really is the creepiest looking of the mascots.
Yeah, you think they could invest in a more realistic
I guess they just
looking
want to
head?
go with that.
And why did they give it a scarf?
I don't know. That's
Right? Like its balls are exposed, right? You don't get pants, but your neck gets a little chilly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find whether or not it's a female lion or not.
That doesn't matter. Bottom line is,
What's it?
try not to be sexually attracted to mascots
Or if you embrace your freakiness.
consensually.
Yes. Oh yeah. Always consensually.
All right, we have a dynamite consensual mascot sex kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're gonna bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, just after 7, when you get married, you share almost everything.
Oh yeah.
Almost everything. Because there are some things that do need to stay behind the curtain. Not for the sake of deception, but for the sake of attraction.
Yeah.
Because if I were to allow my wife to do this in this medical moment of need, there's no way she would be able to see me the same way ever again.
No way.
And look, I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to get gross, and it's extremely personal. But I know this is relatable. And I know that other people have gone through this before. And I feel like this is something that we need to talk about so men and women both understand where the line is when someone that loves you wants to help.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, how you guys coming all along on your Christmas shopping?
I'm done.
You're done, Kimmy?
Probably like halfway there.
I
We
mean, I
got
got
some
a
stuff
short
on the
list.
way.
She's got a short list.
I get you guys great gifts.
Yeah.
You're using one right now.
She's
I
right.
gotta admit, you nailed it last year with the Yeti.
It turns out you're not done Christmas shopping.
Well, who else I got?
The guy sitting in the chair with you right now.
What are you talking about?
We'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you said you're all done with your Christmas shopping?
Done and done, buddy.
Kimmy, you said you're almost done.
Yeah, like I said, like I got some stuff on the way, so like once it all gets to my house, I'm gonna assess what else I have to do.
All right, so it turns out you're both wrong because there is a person you're forgetting about.
Who's that?
And like, it's not surprising this amount of people are not admitting they're going to do this.
Yeah.
But like, almost everybody's going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. Big news from Orchard Park yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He's back.
How about that?
And we'll tell you who the Bills signed to their practice squad. Maybe you guys can help me here.
What's that?
And I might catch heat for this. I don't get it.
Oh, why they made this move?
I don't get it.
I think you just wanted to be here.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Hey, that looks like fun.
If
I want in.
If what we think is going to happen happens,
Yeah.
kind of a dick move to one specific person.
Oh.
And we'll get
all
into
right.
it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
4 in 10 Americans admit they are going to buy themselves a Christmas gift this
Oh,
year.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, you're not even going to argue with me?
I could go one step further with that.
Okay, before you do.
Yeah.
42% of, to be exact, say they'll get at least one thing from themselves for the holidays this year. That's up from 38%, the amount of people admitting it.
Wow.
But it has to be way
Oh, yeah.
lower, right?
Yeah.
And I guess it all depends on how the average person defines getting themselves a gift. Because if you define it by, I am getting myself as this is a present to myself,
Yeah.
I guess 42% makes sense. But if you're counting getting something for yourself while shopping for other people, which is the same thing,
Yeah.
it's got to be like 90%.
Yeah, because they bombard. I mean, it just pops up when you're shopping.
What choice do I have?
I can't. I
I'm
get
on-
sucked in.
I'm only one man.
I'm
I
just part
kinda-
of the machine, man.
I kind of always thought this happened during Black Friday. Like I don't know a lot. I think people set out to go out of Black Friday to get Christmas gifts, but you're just so tempted by every other deal out there. I would assume you come home with at least a handful of things for yourself.
Totally. But you said you wanted to take it a step further.
So all the gifts I will be receiving this Christmas from my wife, I have purchased personally and given to her to give to me on Christmas.
Can we talk about that? Because I don't get this. I don't understand it.
Because I want what I want.
No, I get it. You can just buy it and use it.
Because she always wants to have things
She wants
to
something to
open.
give you.
So I personally, I would just use them now, but she goes, you got to have something to open up in front of the kids. I go, I'm going to get all this. Just give it to me and we're done.
Okay. Does she think you're 7?
Oh.
Does she
does she
get you
make your birthday cake too?
Well, from a distance.
That
Does
joke
she
sucks.
also get you something as
Yes.
a surprise too on
Yeah.
top of that? So it could be that.
But all the
you know.
good stuff I'm going to get came from me.
No, but
Oh
that's.
my God! Be careful what you say.
She already knows this, man.
Ay.
And she will tell me what she wants, and I go get what she wants
Okay,
for her.
no,
and then
that-
we just do like
No, that I get.
for
That,
we're old folk. I
Okay.
mean, there ain't no Santa surprise at my age. Next surprise for me ain't gonna be Santa. He's gonna be in black with a sickle.
I understand
What?
someone telling their partner directly, this is what I
Yeah.
want, go get it, because you're still making that purchase,
Yeah.
wrapping it and giving it to her. It is very strange that you order, she has nothing to do with it,
Nothing.
it comes to the house, you just hand it to her, she
Yeah.
wraps it, and then you open it again.
Yeah.
That is weird.
I know, but it's just for the show for the kids.
Okay, fine.
It's
fine.
all it is. It's all a scam.
And let me just say the kids, bro, they're in their 30s.
I know. Listen, she tells me this thing. We do it. Well, am I gonna argue? At least I get what I want.
Okay.
And that's the best part of this. Since I've been married to my current wife, I get everything I want. Like my previous marriages always sucked.
Now you sound like a 7-year-old. I get everything I want. I get
do.
2 lollipops.
Yes.
All right, so with this information we have that 42% of Americans say they will be getting themselves at least one thing as a gift for themselves for the holidays.
Yeah.
Here's where this can get problematic.
What?
Of the people that say they're getting themselves a gift, over one half say they'll be spending more than $100.
Oh, that's easy though.
About a quarter say they'll be spending over $200.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty significant
Yeah.
purchase for yourself when you are also buying gifts for other people.
But you might have gotten yourself multiple things.
Okay, yeah,
That's
no,
what I
ge-
did.
I get it. I know, but like, you're in a
Right.
weird spot where you don't have a mortgage.
I
You
know.
leech off your wife.
Yeah.
You don't have your own kids to buy for.
I'm King Leech.
Right? You let her buy for your stepkids. I'm assuming.
Oh yeah. I
Okay,
don't-
great.
I don't know what they want.
So like, you can do whatever you want with your money.
Mhm.
Whereas,
I know the money's tight.
yes, well, it's not even a money's tight thing. I mean, money, no matter how well things are going for people, money always gets tight around the holidays.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Because it all piles up.
You rise to your level of broke as well, right? So if you're out buying gifts for kids, parents, brothers, sisters, nieces,
Yeah.
nephews, and then you're throwing an extra $200 for yourself on that?
But it makes you feel good.
I'm not saying don't.
And by the way, you can peel off some of the side people. That's
You
one thing I
can't.
used to do, too, when I was just by myself.
Those
I
are some
would
of the
peel-
toughest people, though, to peel off. Because, like, God forbid they get something for you, and now you're
He doesn't
empty-handed.
He doesn't care.
I'm King Peel.
I love how he goes, that was the best part about being by myself. You know why you were by yourself? Because you were peeling.
Wasn't so bad, brother, back in the day.
Yeah, you had to hang out with 15-year-old comics and drink with them.
Yeah, you were a good kid.
Never got a present.
Oh, you want your present?
Yeah, I would love my present.
Oh, I got it for you.
Can you kick the heck out of here?
Yeah.
Where
yeah.
is it?
It's in the men's room.
What'd you get me?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Big Surprise. Close your eyes. Sauce.
Kind of hit a wall there. Yeah. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nick, how are you, brother?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good.
So my dad has always done the Tommy method of picking out his own stuff. Refuses to buy us anything that we don't send him the actual link for. We have to send him the link for the exact thing, and then he gets it and wraps it, and we can't have it until Christmas Day, even though I picked it out and sent it to him and ordered it myself.
Yeah, but you're growing ass, man.
All right, how old are you, buddy?
34. This is the best
34,
part, though.
Jesus Christ,
This is
man.
the best part, is the last several years, he has got all of his own gifts, picked them out, and ordered them himself, and told him, well, you could just give me the money.
Perfect.
Oh my
I like that
That's
move.
a little awkward.
That's
but
nice,
Merry,
though.
Merry
Okay.
Christmas. Here, I gave you a bill.
Hey, Nick.
It's like an invoice,
Nick, what?
Christmas invoice.
a holiday invoice.
Nick, what age did that start where he was done buying surprise gifts for you and he told you, just tell me what you want?
Forever. Probably like 6,
Oh,
7,
wait, that
forever.
early?
Man, he's king
Oh,
stiff.
yeah, dude, forever. His philosophy has always been, I don't want to get you some crap you don't want, so tell me what it is you want, and
I mean,
I'll get
it
it
is
for you.
Direct and
smart
to the
move.
point.
No, but I will say this. And do you have kids, Nick?
No.
Okay. Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate
It's
it.
a long no.
There goes invoice Nick. No,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the same for other parents.
Yeah.
My favorite thing in the whole world is going out and Christmas shopping for my kids.
The
Yeah.
surprise of it all.
I love walking through like toy stores,
Yeah.
music stores,
Yeah.
whatever, and like finding what I think the kids are gonna like. My wife is more of a streamlined person where she just wants to like get it done, and it's
Yeah.
like it's a point of contention for
I
us.
got it.
So like I can't wait until the week before Christmas when I'm gonna have some time to go out and just like shop for my kids.
Yeah.
So the idea that a parent would be like at 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, tell me what you want and I'll go get it, that like breaks my heart.
Really?
Yeah, man. What's the point of having kids if you can't? Christmas is the most fun time. Christmas, Hanukkah, the most fun time for having kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also going to be the time. You just want to check this off my list, man. It's so much to do.
I think it's more fun with kids, though. To your point, like, yes, getting adult gifts is a little
Yeah.
bit more complicated,
No
and it
waste.
feels like more
I
of an
love how he
obligation.
goes, yeah, she's saying the opposite of what you said. Yeah, she's
It
agreeing
feels
with me,
like
the
more
opposite.
of an obligation. I think the kids stuff is more fun for it's fun to shop for it. It's fun to, imagine them opening it and
Yeah.
thinking of like how they're going to use it. And I
Yeah,
don't know.
I get it.
I think the kid element of it all, especially because you only get a short time to do that.
Yeah,
So-
like I'm almost out of that window.
Yeah.
Right? And like to your point, yes, everything else I want to check off. I don't care about the food. I don't care about
Yes.
the peel-offs, as you put it. Like, but my girls, and also you get to go play with toys. Like I get exposed to like new modern toys that I would have loved
All
to
right.
have when I was a
That
kid.
would be nice.
And when no one's looking in the aisle, I get to like pick them up and play with them. And don't act like you wouldn't.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it will.
Okay, so
Like it
shut
had
up.
to be so depressing for you when your kids grew out of the toy phase because the toys are the most fun.
Yeah, even the girl toys are fun.
Okay.
No, I'm saying when I was a kid, like my sister's got like fake hair dryers and like, oh, it's a Barbie head, and you
Yeah.
like do its makeup, right? Like, I don't even. Like, if I was a kid today, I don't care what it is. Give it to me. All of the toys are awesome. The toys are so awesome. All right, let's take a break. He's back, and look, man, I want to be clear.
Yeah.
Bills fans love this man, and we should love this man. He's going to go down as one of the most emotionally connected, maybe even important players in Bills history. He was part of that culture change that has led us to where we are now.
Yeah.
So, that being said, it's hard to understand why the Bills are doing this. Because you get wanting more leadership in the room.
Yeah.
But if what we assume is going to happen actually happens, you're kind of really screwing over.
Rocking the boat a little.
Oh.
Yeah?
Okay.
I mean, things are good, right?
Yeah.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see about Everyone loves a reunion.
Oh, sure.
And that's what we got yesterday in Orchard Park because this beloved Buffalo Bill is back in the fold, baby. And he's ready to take one last run at that elusive championship. But it may be fair to wonder if this is something this team needs right now and what it says about one guy who's been having a pretty damn good season.
So you don't think it was necessary?
I don't know.
Unless they're just thinking somebody's going to get hurt and they can plug him in.
Knocking on wood, possible.
But what else? Why else would they do it?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock. It is Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And when it comes to your relationship, you share most things. But there are some details that need to be kept behind a curtain.
Oh, yeah.
Not for the sake of deception, but for the sake of attraction.
Yeah.
Because I'm dealing with something, and I'm not going to lie to you. It's really gross. It's really gross, and I'm sorry.
But it's normal. I mean, everybody gets this as you age.
It's the first time it's happened to me, and I don't like it.
But you're about at that time in your life where this starts popping up.
And my wife is insisting on doing this for me, and I don't want it. And it's become like a legitimate issue in our marriage. And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, the Buffalo Bills announced they signed safety Micah Hyde. Hyde, quote, retired at the end of last year. He never formally filed his paperwork. But from the moment he retired, there was a belief he could come back for one more run if all the stars lined up.
Yeah.
So he never filed his retirement paperwork. He
just kind of in limbo.
He just kind of remained a free agent, but didn't sign anywhere.
So he continued to work out.
All right.
They did not assign his number 23 to anybody on the roster during training camp, and his game day locker, which, according to Joe Biscaglia of The Athletic, is in prime locker room real estate in the center of the room next to Josh Allen, was not assigned to anybody.
So it's been vacant.
You got it.
Ghost locker.
Yes, exactly. So it seems like it was just a matter of time before this was going to happen. So yesterday they signed him to the practice squad, but Kimmy, you would have to imagine that he is going to play in games.
I would guess
like
he's on the practice squad to, quote, help out and to also kind of assess where he's at to this point because he hasn't been playing football for the last 3-4 months.
Almost a full year.
Almost a full year.
Oh, so he's
I don't know how much he was doing in the off season, but
he said he was working out.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess they're going to test the waters here.
All right.
All right. So Micah Hyde is a leader with a capital L. In fact, yesterday in his press conference, I'm paraphrasing, Sean McDermott said he would fit in down the street as the president of a bank just as well as he does in a football locker room. That's the kind of leader he is.
Okay.
So, but they already got a leader on defense.
You can never have too many leaders.
Well, yeah, you can.
Well,
because now you start, egos getting away.
Yeah, but I will say, I think compared to the safeties in his position, he is it's a pretty young group of guys.
All right.
Yeah. No, that's a fair statement.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. He's beloved by his teammates. Everybody loves him. Josh Allen is very rarely taken by surprise. He always has a great answer to every question.
Yeah.
He was asked about Micah Hyde coming back a couple of weeks ago, and he was just like, he's great. I don't know what to say. He looked off to the side what do I say?
Help me.
Yep, exactly. So he's been one of the top safeties in the NFL the last 5 years. But like we said, he's 33.
He's at the end.
And he hasn't played football in 11 months.
Had
he also
some tough injuries.
Neck injury, a really scary one that almost ended his career 2 years ago. So what I'm trying to figure out here, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Yeah.
With the way this team has been playing, with the way the defense has been playing, you're 10-2. Why now?
What's the upside? Why do you need him?
Well, yeah.
What's the downside?
Well, the downside would be I don't think they would put a guy in there they don't think could handle what's going on.
Yeah.
And that's the benefit of putting him on the practice squad. But let's say, the guy's a pro. He knows this defense inside and out. He's one of McDermott's guys. Let's say in 2 weeks he's ready to dress. If they dress him, Kimmy, he's going to start. There's no reason not to do that.
Yeah, he's going to be out there.
What do you
Can
say?
he be another defensive coach on the sidelines? Helping those guys out?
No, because it's not an 80s movie.
All right. Those always worked out well, though.
He's back. He's not going to play, but he's here to help us out. If he plays, he takes DeMar Hamlin's spot.
Oh.
And DeMar Hamlin has been having a pretty impressive season. He's not perfect, but he's been doing exactly what they asked of him.
Right.
He played well against Kansas City. He played well against Miami twice. He's got 2 interceptions and a fumble recovery on the season.
He took out Tua.
Not on purpose.
Well,
he was just
that's
standing
not a
there.
highlight
No, but he did
we
his
like
job.
to remember.
Get the quarterback. Get that son of a bitch.
He was just standing there, and Tua ran into him. So McDermott did say in his press conference yesterday, and again, I'm paraphrasing.
Well, he's going to be a politician.
He says it's not an indictment on the 2 safeties, the safeties that are sitting
We're not
in
making
depth.
any changes.
Right.
Exactly, right? But Kimmy, why would you sign Hyde back if he wasn't eventually going to be?
I have this funny feeling like this was more Hyde wanting to come back than the Bills inviting him back, only because I got to think that he was at home and he's been watching how much fun the Bills are having this season, and especially after that snow game in prime time, I think he just wanted to be a part of it again.
But that's not how the NFL works. It ain't summer camp.
But
they're not going to bring a guy back because he wants to hang out.
Are you ready for the winter?
Right? Yeah, it's not meatballs.
With this team though, and the way that they've treated him to this point,
Right.
I think he's an exception.
I don't know, Kimmy. It seems like they've been waiting for him to come back since he
But
retired.
that's what I mean. I think they were kind of waiting for him to make that move.
No, but I guess with him making that move, I cannot imagine. And maybe I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, tell me, 252 WCMF. I cannot imagine they would have made this signing without anticipating him taking over that safety spot within the next month.
Oh,
I mean, I guess
he
we'll
would
see.
be starting.
Yeah, why else would you sign him? Because you're not going to dress him if
But
he's
what
not
if
starting.
I mean, but I guess it could also be a feeling out for both Sean
Sure.
McDermott and him, because maybe he's not 100% sure that he can jump back into a game either.
Fair enough.
Because again, I mean, he's an older guy. He hasn't been playing to this point. He's had that injury.
Fair enough.
Maybe he gets out there and realizes I'm not what I used to be.
I mean, is it motivation for the other guys to step up? But you're saying they're all playing pretty good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yes. Maybe you're rallying around a guy because he's been all he's wanted to do, and he's talked about this multiple times, is win a championship for Buffalo. He's never won a championship in his career. Like you said, he's 33. He's played like 11 years in the league, 10, 11 years.
He wasn't there when Green Bay won?
No, I don't
I
think
guess
so.
that was a long time ago, yeah.
Maybe actually, maybe Google it if you get a chance. Thank you. Google it right now. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Micah Hyde signed yesterday by the Buffalo Bills. He's back. He's currently on the practice squad. McDermott said this is not an indictment on any of their safeties. He said it's a leadership move. He actually said the bar is set low for expectations for Micah Hyde, which I also thought was funny.
Yeah.
We're bringing him in. You expect him to do well? Hell no. So do we like this?
But like to your point, you don't need it. Like right now, everything's going your way, and there's no issues. Why are you bringing this cat in?
So you don't like it?
Doesn't seem that I don't see a downside, but after listening to you, it doesn't seem like there's any upside.
Well,
it's like it's not. It looks like it's not even necessary.
I mean, the biggest worry would be it's going to mess with chemistry. But then again, he was in that backfield last year with most of those players, so it's not like.
But if he's on a practice squad,
Yeah.
how much chemistry is he mixing in with everybody else anyway?
And that's just it. When I say chemistry, I mean like if he dresses and starts.
Right.
No Super Bowls. by the
Okay,
way.
so he's looking for his own championship.
I mean, there is also that comfort of having him there in case somebody gets hurt.
Good point,
You
because
know, I mean, there is no guarantee that those guys stay healthy the rest of the season.
I mean, like we saw what happened last year at the end of
Yeah.
the season when we had that massive linebacker injury, and all of a sudden you had a guy in A.J. Klein who just had to
Right.
come off the couch, and he played well for 2 games and
Yeah.
then puked all over himself in the playoffs against the Chiefs, but you can't blame him for that. I don't know. It does feel a little bit wrong to let, if he ends up starting in that spot, to let DeMar Hamlin grow into this role, play the way he's been playing, right? And then be like, hey, great job, sit down.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, don't you want to roll with the guys that you got? The guy, they always say, leave the dance with the ones that you went with.
Yeah.
Especially with their, I mean, you can't argue with their success lately.
Unless DeMar has known this whole time that this was also a possibility, right? Like, you're just keeping the seat warm until if and when Micah Hyde decides he wants to come back. But that's still, you would have to imagine
But he's
with
got
this
younger
point.
legs, man.
younger. He's got younger wheels,
Kid's got great wheels, tight clipper. Let the kid play.
young stems, great dumper. You know what's funny too?
What?
It does feel like Bills players just can't stay retired when this team is interested in bringing them back.
And it's always sad when
No.
the retired guy comes back.
Well, sometimes they really
Hey,
help
what's
you.
going on, man?
Now you're talking about real life now.
But you know how it is. That's kind
yeah,
of
I
how he's
think
going
if
to be seen. Like, anytime the retired guy comes back to work,
Yeah,
he
you're
looks like a loser.
You're just saying
Well,
that
he
because
doesn't look like a loser, but it is
But in
annoying for the
life.
coworkers.
But as a kid playing on a team or at your job, when that guy comes back, he looks like he didn't figure out what he wanted to do in retirement.
you're only saying that because the last guy that got hired back after he retired,
Yeah. But we had a guy that would completely retire that kept showing up, just sticking his head in the door. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that guy's the worst.
The total worst.
The worst. Oh, yeah, total worst. You'd laugh at his jokes, you monster. I was always anti that guy.
I always stuck behind him. He was a piece of history. A
Yeah.
crappy piece of history.
He's history, all right. No, but when it comes to the guys that have been coming back after retiring at Buffalo, we just talked about A.J. Klein, right? He played well for 2 games. 2 years ago, The Bills re-signed former wide receivers John Brown and Cole Beasley off the street when they had.
I forgot about Cole Beasley because he went to Dallas and then got right. Was he?
No, Dallas first, Buffalo. He went. Where else did he go?
I thought he was hanging someplace else when they brought him.
He
back.
did. Well, then he was released, and then he came back to Buffalo. John Brown had been out of the league for like 3 years when they brought him back.
He was gone that long?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was a long time in between.
Oh.
It was a while because I remember like, oh, where's he been? What? He's just been hanging out for like 3 seasons. I guess that bodes well for this franchise that these guys who they've got their money, they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think he saw how much fun they were having, and kind of had that FOMO feeling.
So you think this is a good idea, Kimmy?
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. It's a good idea.
Why?
Because I think it can't hurt. It can't hurt to have him there, waiting in case something happens.
Okay, but you're saying this
and
is
to
a
have
strictly
him kind of jump back into things slowly.
But you want him as a strictly insurance policy.
Yeah. There's no rush.
Okay.
There's no rush for him.
All right,
There's no immediate need for him, but it would be nice to have him in case something goes wrong.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Let's say so. The best part about this is they don't have to cut anybody. The way that NFL rules work. They can just elevate him from the practice squad for the last 3 weeks of the season, the playoffs, so you get to keep everyone on the roster. Nobody's going to lose their job.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? But Kimmy, let's say against the first game against the Patriots, he's now the starting safety.
Okay.
Or the first game against the Jets. Does that bother you?
If he's the best guy for the job.
Ooh! Thanks for nothing, DeMar.
Yeah.
Enjoy your interceptions, DeMar. Get the hell out of here.
But if he helps you win,
okay,
are you going to make an argument?
Well, but he would have to go in and play well and succeed.
Right.
I mean, and that's what sucks about this, too. It sucks for both of the players, both DeMar and Micah.
Yeah.
Because if you keep DeMar in there with Micah on the roster and something poor happens, they're going to go, you had Micah Hyde. What are you doing? And if you put Micah Hyde in that spot, when you had DeMar playing the way he's been and something bad happens, the argument's going to be, well, why'd you pull DeMar? He's been playing well all season.
It just sounds like a waste of time.
Well, we say
energy. Like, why?
Well, you know what's going to happen now.
He's projecting right now.
Well, no, because Tommy said what he said. Micah Hyde's going to have like some massive game-sealing interception in the AFC Championship game.
Some highlight play.
Greatest interception in the history of the game.
It's going to be against like the weak-ass Patriots.
Well, no, I mean the idea
is you should be able to push them around.
If he is going to play, you want him for the veteran presence in the playoffs.
All right.
But again, we wait and see. And see, this conversation went a lot better than the conversation I had with my brother last night.
Oh, were you guys screaming at each other?
So Let's Go Duffalo podcast. It's up right now, actually.
Oh.
Wherever you get your podcast.
So is he pro Micah?
He is very pro Micah Hyde.
Yeah.
But he's also a rube who believes everything like the coaches say. Yeah. Like,
he's a sucker.
Joe McDermott said, so it can't be that way. And it was just 20 minutes of us screaming at each other. So if you want to hear two Irish brothers screaming at each other about Micah Hyde, check out the Let's Go Duffalo podcast up right now. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And some things need to stay private.
What's that?
Some things, I'm sorry, need to stay private. It's going to get hot in here. So take off all your clothes.
Well, yes. I mean, there's certain areas you just leave it alone.
Certain boundaries.
Thank you. This is not about deception. This is not about trying to keep anything from you. This is about, in reality, me wanting you to stay somewhat attracted to me.
Yeah.
Because I think there is a line that you cross in a marriage.
Especially with men.
Right?
Yeah.
Because like this.
It's the most vulnerable thing you could do.
And the ugliest part of your body.
Oh, yeah.
Most wicked.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And why my wife does not understand that I don't want her back there. It's going to get gross, and I'm sorry. It's going to get really gross. But I feel like this is one of those things that happens in every marriage that nobody talks about, and it needs to be talked about.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. for better, for worse,
Yeah.
in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live. It's the second part, sickness and health, that's created a bit of an issue.
Sure.
Because you want your partner to be healthy, and you are willing to do whatever it takes to make sure you can comfort them, make them better in any way you can. But sometimes as a spouse, you can overstep. And that's causing a bit of an issue in the Duffy household.
Do you have a little issue?
I'm having an issue.
Yeah.
I'm having an issue, and I would like to deal with this issue on my own.
Oh.
Because some things need.
But can you?
Yes.
I mean, strategically, can you?
Don't you dare do what I think you're going to try and do. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah. What's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say they look like a 70s sleazy low-end Hollywood producer. Hey, baby, you want to be in the picture?
Those guys are pretty cool.
No, they weren't actually.
Well, there were good.
No.
There was good people on both sides.
None good people. Your hair's all slicked back. You look like the if you want to be in, the movies, baby.
If you got the curves, I got the angles, baby.
For God's sakes, you got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of.
Bad Duffy, I don't feel good today, but I don't want anybody looking at my private parts because I'm such a dainty little bitch boy.
No, we're good with that. We don't need that in this room.
Yeah, I mean, you guys
please,
actually, I feel
yes,
more comfortable with doing this than my wife.
I can help you out.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. It happens now. WCMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. It's the holiday season, but I don't want to put on my little tight suit because I got such powerful thighs I can't wear my little dainty suit anymore because I'm not so dainty little boy bitch wearing a suit for the holidays.
See,
bitch.
you heard him, and now he's taking it out on me.
Yeah, but you can't handle it.
Oh, no, bitch, Tom.
It's wet. It's cold.
I got water in my vegetable wound. It's going to get infected.
What?
I got a bad case of fennel fever. Help me, please, Mom. It's getting dark over here. I've been overtaken by the fennel fever. Well, I did. Well, I opened. Remember that bottle of whiskey that my wife got me for Christmas that we tried, the Japanese whiskey?
Ooh, Japanese whiskey. Oh, you're eating my squash.
Oh, I got old intestines, and I'm afraid I'm going to get food poisoning for food that I ate an hour
too
ago.
much. I got to kettlebell.
Oh, no.
Dueling
back-
turkey soup bitch voices right now.
My back hurts.
Going to and from London when we went last year for the
Yeah,
Bills
but you
game?
were flying high ass.
No,
in,
I
boy.
got
No,
every.
you didn't do the ooh with me.
No, you get him.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to go to a friend's giving because it's too much. Plus, I don't actually have any friends because they're all fat and dead. Because I'm a non-Thanksgiving eating little bitch.
They're not dead yet.
Oh.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Okay, so I would like to apologize right up front
Sure.
for what I'm about to tell you because it's really personal and it's really gross. But for the sake of this discussion, I must let you all know.
All right.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
I think I have a hemorrhoid.
Okay. They're uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it has not been a fun experience. And I've been trying to deal with this on my own because it's a pretty private thing.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm saying it into a microphone for all of Rochester to hear. So the other day, I'm in the bathroom and I'm naked.
Yeah.
And my wife walks in, and I don't know if I made a face or I had done something, but she
Yeah.
asked me what's wrong. And this was like last week. And I came clean, and I go, listen, I think I might have my first hemorrhoid. So
All right.
where's my cake?
All right.
For those who don't know, my wife is a doctor. She's a dermatologist. And when I told her that I think I might have a hemorrhoid, she went into doctor mode.
Yeah, let me see.
So, yeah, I'm standing naked in the bathroom, and she told me to bend over the
Yeah.
sink so she could check it out. To which I replied, no. And she didn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
She's insisting in this moment that I bend over.
She wants to make sure that it's probably nothing more serious.
Okay.
She wants
But
to
you've also-
confirm for you what it is.
But it's a whole bend over. I got to
There's no way you can do that without it being awkward.
no, you have to splay your cheeks, man.
Yeah, there's cheeks playing.
And expose your rectum.
Yeah. She wants me to bend over, spread them so she can look at my
Right.
brown eye.
I
and
understand.
and
And then she's going to have to touch it
yeah.
and feel it around to see
Yeah.
what the problem is because basically it's a vein
Yes.
that's
Yes.
popped.
Yeah, it's not fun.
It's come to the surface.
Okay. So
It pulsates.
she keeps telling me to bend up. It's pulsating right now, actually, when you do that.
Bro, they are the itchiest, most uncomfortable things.
Yeah,
in-
it's
in your
not
butt.
fun. It's not a fun experience for me. Like,
Chicks get them a lot when they get pregnant. From the stress.
No, he's right, actually.
Okay. I'm just surprised you know that. Of all the weird female facts that
I've
you
been
don't
around
know.
a while. I've had wives.
Well,
I've
no,
had
we found out
hemorrhoids.
there's a lot you don't know about how the female body works.
Well, I know how their butts work, okay?
I believe that.
So my wife
I'm
and
a big can man. What?
My wife and I'm naked. Keep in mind,
Yeah.
I'm naked in my bathroom.
Well, that always so helps to get to the rectum.
I'm arguing naked for
Did
15
she get out like the
minutes.
gloves?
Yeah.
Snap them?
No,
okay.
I think she might have been going bare hand in there. That's what happens
Oh,
when you're
wow.
married for something
Look at that.
for that long. So I keep telling her I don't want to for 15 minutes naked in this bathroom. And like, here's the thing. She keeps asking me why. And the answer is very simple.
Yeah.
She is my wife. I am very attracted to my wife. And I suspect she at least a little bit attracted to me still. Okay.
Yeah.
And it kind of feels like her checking out my brown ring for any attempted escapees is going to be one of those things that you can never come back
A
from.
place never explored before.
Thank you.
No, once your wife has gotten anywhere around your right pipe, it's over.
It's so gross.
Yeah.
And I don't want her to have to deal with it, right? And I explained this to her in 5 different ways, right, to try and illustrate how I feel. And despite all of it, she is still insisting that she gets all up in my butt. And this has been an argument for a week in my house to the point where I'm afraid she's going to, like, sneak up on me.
Get you while you're sleeping?
No, seriously. Like, I have been sleeping with one eye open and my other eye closed.
So are you going to go see a doctor about it? You're just going to ride it out? How is this going to work?
Well, writing it out makes it burn and itch more.
So if you go to the doctor,
Yeah.
you're going to have to get the finger.
But that's okay.
Because they go in and really feel around.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not fine with it.
I'm
but-
sure you're fine.
Well, maybe that'll make her feel more comfortable if you went and saw somebody.
But see, here's the thing. I think we're past that point now. I think my wife feels like I've disrespected her, like I don't respect her as a medical professional, which is not the case. My wife is a brilliant woman. I just don't want her finger rooting all up around in my butt.
Now, we'll say this. From the greatest generation, my mother did this for my father.
What do you mean did this?
That.
Finger.
You got it. And I'm not talking around the outside.
So you've told this story before.
Yeah.
Would you like to share with the audience what you're explaining?
So my parents were in the nursing home, and the one of the nurses, the floor nurses, came in. Both of my parents were in the bathroom of their nursing home. My father was standing up, which was an effort for him at the time. And my mother was down on her knees behind him, and my father was giving her directions on how to check his rectum.
Okay.
And the nurse said, "Edie, what are you doing?" Now, don't forget, my mother didn't have her mind at that point, but she could take orders quite well.
Sure.
So, yeah, she was basically blasting my paw.
Okay, but here's the thing. And that actually brings up another argument I made to my wife as to why I don't want her to do this. I told her with this potential hemorrhoid that I have that she wants to check out on me.
Yeah.
I go, listen, the way that I have lived my life up to this point, you were around me when I was doing all that kinds of damage.
Oh, yeah.
I am going to have things wrong with me. Like in my 60s, 70s, 80s, if I make it that long, you are going to have to do stuff like this for me. I know it's going to be gross and not fun. So let's hold off as long as we can to when my penis stops working.
Okay.
And you can go nuts.
All right.
You can go nuts on my nuts. Whatever you want to do is yours. But right now, at the age of 38, I would like to keep my balloon now in a private place from you. Not because I'm insecure about it. Not because there's some masculinity thing to it. It's purely for the sake of you and me staying attractive in your eyes.
But that's got to be a tough battle in your head because nobody likes going to the doctor either, right? Like to schedule it, get in there, kind of disrupts your day. It's got to be a little bit tough knowing there is somebody right underneath the same roof as you that could just check this off your list really quick in 10 seconds.
100 out of 100 times.
Yeah.
I would much rather schedule an appointment, have a stranger blast, than have my wife deal with this. And there's a reason I bring this up.
Yeah.
All right. 252 WCMF. I think I might have a hemorrhoid. My wife, who's a doctor, wants to check it out for me. And I'm telling her, no, you're not going near my butt. I need to stay attractive to you in some way. And I feel like once we cross this line, there's no going back. This has to be a common issue in the greater Rochester area.
What's that?
What we're discussing. Not hemorrhoids,
Yeah.
but weird medical stuff with your partner. Because 1 in 3 people are employed some way in the medical industry in Rochester. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting a PA or a nurse or a doctor, which means this argument, whether it's hemorrhoids or something else gross, has to be happening on a semi-regular basis around the community.
Yeah.
Right? And I feel like I'm taking on the mantle this morning of being the one to thrust this into the conversation because there needs to be a rule. There needs to be a standard. There needs to be an expectation what is allowed to be shared and what is not allowed to be shared in a marriage.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, but I think women are far more comfortable with the body than men are. You know what I mean? Like if your wife had an issue and she wanted you to look at it, I don't think she would have an issue with that. Where I think men have far more issues about things.
Oh, I don't know.
You watched your wife give birth.
Yeah,
you know?
that was not fun for me.
I was going to say like
But she's
there's
comfortable
no
with you in the
more.
room.
Yeah.
What was that?
But she's more comfortable with you in the room.
Yeah,
Where
right.
If men gave birth, you wouldn't want your wife in there.
No, I wouldn't. But again, I guess that's a different thing because you're welcoming a life you made together.
Yeah, but I'm saying like in terms of like seeing somebody in like the most vulnerable, intimate way, you can't really top that.
No, you're right. You're right. But I've also heard of women being self-conscious about their husbands being in the room for that childbirth.
Oh.
So I do think this goes both ways. And I don't know, Tommy, like women do, we've talked about this. Kimmy, you know this. As women get older, they get more insecure about what's happening on their bodies. Right. So I would have thought women would have this same feeling. Like, do women want their husbands checking out gross stuff on their bodies?
I could see a woman doing it without a second thought. Especially
like asking you to check.
Yeah, like an emergency thing where she can't see it. Will you please check this for me?
Most women don't poop with the door open.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand, but I can see a woman being a little bit, maybe not completely, but I can see them being more comfortable with a man, their husband, doing that. I'm guessing.
252
WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey Ben, how are you, buddy?
Oh, what's up, guys? How you doing?
I've been better, but thank you.
Yeah, hope that works out for you. But anyways, so when me and my ex-wife were still married, I developed a cyst on my tailbone. It's called a pilonidal cyst. They suck. You can barely sit down on them, much like a hemorrhoid. So I asked her, after I had to go get it taken care of at the doctor. I hate going to doctors, like panic attack level doctors and needles. Dude, I'll fight somebody. That's how much I hate them.
Not with that cyst, you won't.
No, it's pretty much down for the count with that.
Okay.
But so after we got it taken care of, I was like, it's basically like hopping a zit, I guess. And so she would have to just go and like work all the pus out of it, and like any hair. Because what would happen is like all the sweat from your back and all.
Ben,
was just
Ben, too many details,
You
Ben.
could have just said you had to pop it.
Yeah,
we don't need the visual, Ben.
Yeah, that's basically what happens is all that gnat just collects. Just leave it at that. But yeah, so she would have to get back there and just like kind of work out all the stuff and like.
Yeah, that's what ruined your marriage.
That's
no,
me.
it was other stuff that I don't know, but yeah, like she was willing to do that. It was weird for her to go back there and take care of stuff, but
yeah, it wasn't summer camp.
Are you ready for a cyst?
Had to be done.
Ben, thanks for the call,
Can't
buddy.
puss a lot.
No, but I think there's a difference there.
Yeah.
He's not going to go to the doctor every time he needs that cleaned up.
Right. She's going to have to help
Exactly.
you basically heal a wound.
Yes, and here's the thing. I've been laid up before, right, in the past where my wife has had to do gross stuff with my body, and it was an absolute necessity. I get it. I didn't enjoy it, but okay, and I love her for doing it. There is someone else I can go to do this, to leave the imaginary perfection of my balloon knot in her mind, right?
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We got folks sitting on hold right now. We got tweets coming in. Joe DMs us on Twitter.
Oh, what do you say?
He says, "Bro, no disrespect. Your wife loves the hell out of you." I'm reading it like that. I'm assuming that's how Joe talks. She wants to take care of her man. She loves you. Grow the F up. Dude, you are lucky to have a woman's heart and mind. Get over the uncomfortable feeling. She's just taking care of her man.
You wrecked him up, son.
Wrecked him in effect?
I mean, in most cases, I would understand your feeling on this, but just knowing like your wife has seen probably way grosser things, does that bring you any comfort?
No, because like she doesn't sleep with those people.
Yeah,
No, I
that's
know.
a job then, yeah.
Yeah, like it's going to work. It's grabbing your briefcase and going off to the office.
Right.
It would be like me, like doing this at the dining room table every night. Eventually, it would get old. You know what I mean? And, God.
I know.
Because like, here's the thing. I love my wife, and if my wife was in this same situation, I would do for her if she asked me.
Oh, sure.
Tell me what it is. And I would not make a face. But I'm going to be honest with you. Inside, I'd be making an inside face.
Like
I wouldn't.
Like if a wife had a hemorrhoid and you had to check it.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I would do it, and I wouldn't let on that I wasn't enjoying it, but I wouldn't be enjoying it.
I don't think it would disturb me, really.
Check into your wife's hemorrhoid?
No. I mean, I'm kind of an ass guy anyway. So, you know.
252 WCMF. I might have a hemorrhoid. My wife, who is a doctor, insisted while I was naked in the bathroom the other day, and I revealed this to her, that I bend over and spread them.
Yeah.
I said, no, because I would like to leave something to the imagination. I would like my wife to still be somewhat attracted to me. And once you cross the butthole line,
Yeah.
there's no going back.
Right.
It became a 15-minute argument while I was there naked. She feels like, I think she feels disrespected, and it has nothing to do with it. I just don't want my wife to see me in that position. I want some kind of mystery to my hole.
Okay.
Hole of mystery.
All right.
Let's talk to Gina. Hey, Gina, you're on CMF. What's going on?
Hi, I wanted to comment because I had surgery for hemorrhoids, and I wanted my boyfriend to just check to see if they were actually gone. You know what I mean? Because I did have one external, and he wouldn't check. But I do all sorts of stuff, like for him as far as popping pimples in the weirdest places. So it was kind of weird.
Okay, so you feel like he should have stepped up more.
Just check it out.
Okay, so
Give me a yes or a no.
Are you still with him?
Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't a deal breaker.
No, it was just that he wasn't comfortable with it, and I just thought it was strange that he wouldn't. But everybody's got their thing.
Thoughts?
Would you feel more comfortable doing that for your wife than having her do it for you?
Yeah. I mean, you were on the phone when we were kind of having this discussion.
Sorry.
I mean, I'll put it this way, and I'm serious when I say this. I would rather have Tommy look at it right now than my wife.
I'm not doing that again.
No, because again, you're not doing stuff with me.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah.
You don't care if he's grossed out.
Exactly. Like, well, he's already is grossed out by me.
Well,
I'm grossed out by him. Gina,
but
thanks
I'm
for the
also
call.
not-
So
I'm
I
not-
did. Oh, go ahead.
I'm not grossed out by a chick's ass.
Was that a reference to my ass?
No, it just like if I had to look at a chick's ass.
To your point,
I
like
mean, I'm watching a porn and stuff where it's a turn on.
To your point, I do wonder if women are more comfortable asking a guy just because we know it takes a lot for you to get grossed out by something.
And we're dying to get back there just to have a peek anyway, right? And now this is all above board. This is like I'm 007 right now, licensed to poke.
Speaking of you feeling more comfortable with Tommy, I think I told you guys this story. This was like years ago. A buddy of mine, he had gotten a tick.
Oh.
It was somewhere between the balls and the butt.
That's an ambitious
It
tick.
crawled up there.
Oh, it was a taint tick.
Something like that. And he didn't want I don't know if he didn't want his wife to look at it, or she was like, I don't know what to do if I see it.
She's definitely not going to kiss it and make it better.
So...
Are you talking about a taint smooch?
If I remember this story correctly, his father-in-law was there. So
What?
her dad was there.
I ain't doing that.
He was like, I can do it if you want me to. And I believe he was the person that extracted the tick
Wait,
in
from
the
the guy's
situation.
ass area.
Yes.
That's a father-in-law to have.
Yeah,
But
that's a good dude.
But he felt comfortable with it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, now that you bring it up, I think I would feel more comfortable with my father-in-law checking out my hemorrhoids than I would my wife. Again, because I love her and I want her to be attracted to me. I'm sorry.
All right.
So, if you see my wife, tell her, hey, give your husband a break and stop trying to look at his butthole. Be an interesting day of patience for her today.
Yes.
All right, everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate it. Let's take a break. This is a new phenomenon.
Oh, phenomenon.
And look, there are things you are willing to pay for that you don't want to do yourself.
Oh, sure.
Service industry-wise.
Yeah.
But I don't know if this is a waste of money or if this is money well spent to spread Christmas cheer, because this has been around for a while, but it's now officially blown up into a legitimate business where men and women are making tens of thousands of dollars with just like a month and a half of work.
Damn.
And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WC. It's a new phenomenon that has blown up in a massive business opportunity.
What happened?
Well, you want to show your Christmas spirit.
Oh, yeah.
But putting up all those decorations is time-consuming.
Oh, yeah.
It can be dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So for folks who want to spread Christmas cheer loud and clear, but don't want to hang a thing,
Yeah.
what is there to do?
Whoa.
Well,
How do you get them up?
you call your neighborhood decoration man.
Yeah.
Man. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45. Once again, this man was bestowed this honor with the Buffalo Bills.
Oh.
And nobody cares.
Oh.
And we shouldn't care. I mean, he doesn't care. He was on record
There
as
was
saying.
a time where we cared.
But that's just it. Maybe
now
because,
we lost track.
But maybe because there was a time when we cared, we should still keep caring. Because, Kimmy,
We were very spoiled.
15 years ago,
Big deal.
we'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Maybe you've seen the signs on people's lawns.
Yeah.
Maybe you've seen the amazing work done by some of these folks here in town. The business of paying someone else to hang holiday decorations and lights has officially become a legitimate money-making opportunity.
Oh, yeah. It's genius.
So there's a story in the New York Post this week talks about a guy named Josh. He's in his 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, he backed into this brilliant side hustle when an elderly man in his neighborhood was too old to put up his lights.
Yeah.
Josh, out of the kindness of his heart, he stepped up and he helped him out, did it for free.
Mm-hmm.
And he was done. When he was done, it looked so nice, his wife realized he had a talent for
Yeah.
this. Right? So she encouraged him to put up a post on social media seeing if anyone else wanted this done for them, and he'd charge. And it blew up. In Josh's case, he puts up lights people already have.
Yeah.
He charges them about $150 for the lights to go up, and then he'll take an extra $50 if he wants them to, if they want them to take the lights
And
down.
that's super ass cheap.
This year,
Yeah.
he is already booked to do over 50 homes and counting.
I'm sure.
But this business has already kind of been established past what Josh is offering.
Mm.
Because, Tommy, in the greater Rochester area, there are businesses that will not only hang your lights,
Yeah.
they will buy your lights for you.
Mm-hmm.
They will store them away from your house during the off season.
Mm-hmm.
And they will work with you to design the holiday look you want.
Yeah.
And all of it comes with a price.
It's super ass expensive.
So when you say super expensive, can you ballpark me here?
So I only see it on really high-end homes
Yeah.
in Pittsford.
Okay.
Right now, you can see them working. And they come in like a landscaping crew. Like, there's, like, multiple guys that got cherry pickers, and they're going up. These are big homes, like on East Avenue and stuff like that.
Sure.
I mean, it's got to be thousands.
Okay, so I get on like those big ass mansions, it's
Yeah.
going to be super expensive.
It's got to be like time spent, right? Like
The
that's
labor.
how they. Yeah, that's how they charge you. I would
And they're
imagine.
going to store your stuff. They're going to buy it for you.
Yeah.
Like, you don't touch it.
All right, here's what I'm curious about.
It's got to go minimum 2G.
You think it's that expensive?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I think so. I vaguely remember last year talking to a guy who worked for one of these companies, and he said that they do a bunch of homes out in like Victor.
Okay.
And yeah, the people are willing to pay like hundreds, thousands of dollars to have it done.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you wanted to just decorate like my house, a regular house.
Yeah, but you want it fully decorated.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
You want the trees done and everything?
I don't have trees because I don't feel like raking leaves. But
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah, I get what
But if you got like one of those trees alone is like almost $1,000.
Really?
okay, are
The
you,
ones that are really
are
spindled
you
up.
sure? Or are you
Oh, I
making up
know.
numbers? Oh, you know?
Oh, I know.
Oh, you know?
I know.
I feel like you don't know. I
I
feel
know.
like you just making up numbers right now.
I'm telling you, man. You would be shocked.
You
at what
have
the
said to me
people said.
1,000 times, I'm telling you, and then you told me the other day, I'm telling you, Burl Ives was born in Russia.
Yeah, but we found out he was a dirty red
He was,
and a lush.
and I know a lush when I see one. Creep, crumb bum, snowman. Why don't we forget the laws of this great North Pole? No, like for the folks that do this or the folks that have had it done, like a regular, normal, not mansion.
All right, so
on
your
East Ave
house is what? A couple thousand square foot.
Yeah.
Right? All right. That's perfect. I bet you to do your house nice, but you want to like they're going to decorate it for you.
See, look at all these caveats. Yes, they're going to decorate it for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
4G.
No, there's no way it costs $4,000.
4G.
There's no
But again,
way.
They're
Set
going to
your-
take it down.
Yeah,
they're going to put it up. They're going to take it down. They're going to store it, and they're going to buy it for you.
Okay, the reason I asked,
They're going to come with a crew of 5 guys.
you just make it up
I don't know
stuff.
if do they buy it for you too, or do you have to have the actual supplies?
Yeah.
It's one of the options.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know there are places around here that will buy it for
Yeah,
you.
these rich people don't want to store it either.
Okay.
They throw it away. Community money, no big deal.
The reason I asked this question is because
Get up
I
to London when they want.
had it says
Or
a
to
man,
Detroit.
says a man in a shacket and turtleneck
That's all
sweater.
I have. I have
All I
no
have are-
home to hang a light.
All I have are 5 different shackets in 5 different colors. No, the reason I ask is
Yeah.
I did assume this was only a rich person
I
thing.
think
Yeah, I
it
wonder
kinda
if they
is.
even bother to do it under a certain price.
So here's the thing.
Yeah, it ain't worth it.
My brother just bought a house.
Yeah.
And I was driving out to his house the other day, his new house, to go see
Yeah.
it. And I saw a bunch of signs. Like,
Yeah.
this house was decorated by, and it was the name of a company. And these were not like super high-end homes. I mean,
But they're willing to spend a bank.
well, that's just it. I don't know what the bank is, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Stupid.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll give you this. You're not getting away for under $1,500 minimum on a house, because it wouldn't be worth it to them to come out and do it.
Well, I bet if you have a process and you know how to do this and you've done it 1,000 times, which, I mean, every time you do it, you get better
Yeah.
at it. If it takes you 2-3 hours, you put $500 in your pocket.
Mhm.
I can't imagine a normal family with a average American house
Yeah.
is going to spend $1,500 to do it.
I
But,
agree.
But I saw these signs in front of these homes, so
All right.
it must be more affordable than we think.
All right.
Or people are just super out on putting up decorations
Yeah.
but don't want to look like dicks.
It could be.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the story in the New York Post. A man backed into being one of these holiday light hangers in his system. He uses the lights people already have, but there are now signs sitting on people's lawns, regular, normal houses, right? Companies that are decorating these Christmas homes, and it sounds like there are more of these businesses, and it's becoming more common for people to use them. All right, we may have an answer.
Okay.
252 WCMF, let's talk to Steve. Hey, Steve, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, Duffy. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, it doesn't happen often, but Tommy's in the bullseye today.
Why?
I got a buddy in a Rondequoit.
Oh, I love these I got a buddy
Big-
stories.
big-
I know a
Let him
gang.
finish. You didn't
I
hear him.
know a
Listen,
gang.
constantly, almost to the point of ad nauseum, although some of his stories are quite interesting. This was one of them, calling to get Christmas lights done. He's got a ranch. They wanted $3,500.
$3,500 for his ranch.
For a ranch house.
For ranch, yeah, one-story house, $3,500.
All right, so Steve,
of course, he said no.
Steve,
but,
let me ask you a question, Steve. All this stuff that he's got, right? Is it all like really impressive? Like, hey, let me tell you something about this over here. You know who I met the other day?
Listen. I'm tempted to give you his name so you can read his stories. Yeah, he spent 4 years putting together his bathroom with tile coming from Italy and espresso
He's
coffee.
got it.
He's
He's got a coffee machine next to the crapper.
Oh, he's got a crap off him?
Yes. Don't confuse him.
All right. So, Steve, you're saying they wanted $3,500 for a ranch
For a
house.
small house.
Yes.
Damn.
So your house would be 10G.
Shut up.
If you had that doctor house, it'd be
These
25.
mansions and stuff in Pittsburgh or wherever Tommy's living, I can't even fathom what they would want.
I'm telling you,
Probably
one
double.
tree is like $1,000.
Okay, Steve, thanks for the call,
Yeah.
buddy. I
And they
appreciate
throw it at you.
No, but here's the problem. Now, we have one guy whose buddy obviously lied to him because you're trying to sound like a big shot,
No,
and
he's
now you're going
right.
to take this and run with
I
it.
don't
He's
know.
right.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was that much.
No, but here's why.
Just because everybody would want it, you know what I mean? There's probably a demand for it.
Oh, yeah.
But it's also possible that people still are unaware that this is a possibility, right? And here's why I'm arguing that maybe it's not that expensive.
Okay.
The average person does not have anything close to that money for something that is, in reality, unnecessary.
Yeah, but there's people that don't look like they have money. They got money.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You normally
Like
people...
the millionaire next door guy.
Yeah, the millionaire next door has that money because he don't spend like $3,500 to get Christmas
knows?
lights hung on his house. Because when I see this story,
Yeah.
this is you 100%. Your wife loves this stuff.
Yeah.
You hate putting it up. You hate taking it down. You bitch about, the space in the garage. I got to keep it organized. You got in a fight 2 weeks ago for putting the Christmas wreath up too early.
Yeah, I know.
Could you bring yourself to pay another man to hang your lights?
Yeah, but I ain't got that kind of bank.
Oh,
I hate doing it.
You ain't got that.
If I had $3,500 that did just to piss away, I'd absolutely do it. Because my wife wants it done nice. And I can't do nice. I can do
never.
close.
Never have you ever done nice.
Oh, I could do some nice.
Yeah, can you?
I was hanging something last night. Bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Away in your mama.
Oh, that's a religious song.
Not what I got doing
you
it, but
defiled
she
it.
saw God.
Oh, my God.
What the hell, man?
Started out the day on a
God.
creepy note.
Yeah.
We just we're not going to recover.
No, we should have known it was just going to get worse and worse. No, I do wonder.
What?
Again, not believing the call we just got, with all due respect to that nice
No, because
gentleman.
he said I was right.
Yes, because you're never right, and now you're just running with it. Tree, $75,000. No, I saw it. They take your shack at 2. Is there a man-shaming aspect of this?
I don't
I don't know. I think it's kind of like a Look
don't
at
know.
me move, right?
I don't know what's so macho about hanging
Yeah.
Christmas lights.
Oh, wait.
I mean,
You
you're
don't,
not chopping trees down or doing man stuff. You're just hanging sparkly stuff.
you don't look at Christmas light hanging as a macho thing? Because I would argue these guys that put up
Mm.
these, like, amazing displays, that's them hanging their dong out for the neighborhood to see.
I guess.
You
Maybe to that degree, but your average person just putting up lights. I don't know. There's a man over there.
No, I,
Yeah, I
at that
think you just
box
want
of-
it done.
Look at that
right?
box of ornate decorations he's got.
no, I mean, I would argue.
Unless you're going like all out, like you said,
Yeah,
like you're
that's
trying to
different.
show off and trying to make it something unique and different. I would think like the average
Like
person
that
doesn't
pirate
care.
ship guy or something like that.
pirate ship guy for Halloween out.
But you know what I'm saying? Like
Churchill,
a
yeah.
guy that puts up that much effort, yes.
Well, no, but I always thought.
But you're going to see me on a ladder hanging garland and plugging it in and go, that's a man. Look at that man.
No, but like when it comes to
Where were
relationships,
those guys we wanted to do Mount Rushmore?
you don't remember when they were storming Omaha Beach and they had those light up Carla they were pulling behind them? No, I just assumed that the reason you didn't fight your wife on the
Well,
lights
'cause I'm weak.
is because you wanted to show your worth to her.
Well, that too.
You wanted her to look out the window, like, look at my man, look at my tiny little man climbing up 5 ladders to get to the top of the roof because that's what he needs. No, I just like if you had another man outside doing it and she looked outside and watched him hang the lights that you yourself could not. That
Maybe that would be a little
Oh,
bit.
look at little bitch Tommy sitting at the table because you can't hang the garland. I'm telling you, man, I think you wouldn't like it if another man showed up.
I would like to. Let me find out. Give me $5,000 to just waste on lights.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Elijah tweets at us as we're talking about paying people to hang
Yeah.
Christmas lights for you. I know a guy who got a quote from a company in Buffalo, pay by the linear foot about $2 to $7. I don't even.
know. That sounds. Anytime I hear by the foot, sounds like you're gonna get reamed. I will say this: the place.
Reamed by the foot?
Oh yeah.
Worst snack of the early 90s ever. You were saying, I'm sorry.
But if you see those houses down on East Avenue that have it done, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
They look like they're in movies.
No, and I mean, that's why I'm interested
Right.
in this. Yeah, because like it sounds awesome.
Bro, it's amazing.
252 WCMF. All right. Someone who's actually had this done to their house.
Now you're talking.
Yes, now we're going to actually get an accurate, real number. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, man.
Good. I couldn't stand the arguing anymore, so I had to call.
Thank you, Chris.
I had 2 places done. We had our house done. It's a 2-floor house, and my wife wanted wreaths on all the windows that light up.
Okay.
That was $1,100.
Wait, just to put wreaths in windows. That's it.
Yeah, they're large.
But that's it. That's it. No strings of lights all around the house.
No, just the wreath.
Okay.
How much?
And then
$1,100.
Okay.
That was $1,100.
Okay.
And
Just to
then we
put
had,
wreaths in the windows.
Okay.
You're getting away with it great.
Really nice wreath, though. What's the other place you were doing, Chris?
we had our business done.
Okay.
This guy's a rich guy.
And-
He's a businessman.
They did the outline of the rooftop, one giant wreath, and then they wrapped around the tree. That was $2,000.
Okay. Now, is it possible, Chris? You sound like a really nice guy.
So
And
he's
I love
almost.
how Pat's like, nah, probably fake.
Well, no,
Now he's almost $4,000 in, and that's not a lot of lighting.
Can I ask a question? I love. Here comes light expert Tommy. That's not a lot of light. I've been in a light game
Well,
a
it
long
does seem
time.
like they weren't doing anything too complicated.
No.
I just have a simple question.
That
to
was
ask
his
Chris.
whole house lit up like the Griswolds
Can-
for like $200.
I want none of this, by the way. Chris,
Change religion.
Yeah.
seem like a nice guy. I'm just gonna ask a simple question here because you got a business,
He's a businessman.
you got a house. Is it possible?
And he don't overpay, man. He's not a sucker.
Is it possible that this guy looked at you like, look at this sucker owning a business and a house, not sleeping in his business? We could take him for a ride, man.
I didn't want to do it, but my wife made me do it.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we've all been there. I get it. All right, Chris, thanks for the call, buddy.
No problem.
There goes sucker Chris.
I did also get a call from somebody who said that they charge you more up for like the first year you do it, and then after that
Once they
it's
loosen you
less.
up?
Like, well, once they have all the lights and they're stored for you, it's like it's
A little less.
it's a little bit less the following year.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're buying all the stuff up
Right.
front. All right. Well,
Oh.
this is not an option for the average Greater Rochester area.
No, man.
How do they do anybody's house if it's that expensive? How does it not?
It's all rich people.
No,
What do you mean? How do they do?
No, again, I saw this on like standard suburban
Yeah.
houses.
But that's why it seems like it's a range of homes that are getting it done and a range
Yeah.
of lights.
If somebody figures out an option to do it for like $500, you make a
Well,
fortune.
yeah, it's called It Sucks. It doesn't look very good. Because if you're going to pay, you want it to look professional.
That's what. Okay.
You and I could show up with a ladder and charge $500.
No, I watched you guys try to hang a TV. Don't attempt to hang lights on somebody's house.
The TV cost me my Best Buy gift card. All right, let's take a break. It just keeps happening, and this is great. This is great. You know, they say when good things happen too much, you stop paying attention. And that's exactly what happened here, because even this guy who was bestowed this honor doesn't care about it.
Yeah.
And I do think, especially this season, with how well things are going for the Bills, we need to maintain perspective.
Okay.
Because it wasn't all that long ago. If this would have happened to any Bills player, we would have wanted them put in the Hall of Fame immediately.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what gentleman is now another Player of the Week.
Wow.
Next here at the break room. Let's see that. Bills fans, listen up.
What's going on?
There is something important we need to remember this entire season.
Yeah.
Right? Enjoy the little things. Take in every single moment.
Like life.
Yes. It
Live in the moment.
It is important to look around at the little things and say, wow, this is wonderful.
All right.
Because we are living in a golden age of Buffalo football. And proof of that
What did we get?
is how nobody cares about this happening yesterday, including the man who got it, when 15 years ago, we would have wanted this person on a statue.
Like a parade.
Immediately.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It was announced yesterday. Josh Allen is officially your AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Wow.
That is after his 3-4 touchdown, depending on how you want to count it.
And
Well, it
some
was
fun
insane.
ones in there.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was a magic show.
Yeah.
So the NFL's done this new thing. They call them, I believe, moment T-shirts, where every week they will put out a new T-shirt of just a still shot of
Well, it's got
one
to be
play.
the famous one now.
Him flying through the air like Superman.
Yeah.
So this is Josh Allen's 14th AFC Player of the Week award.
14.
He's won 14 in his career.
Damn.
Pretty impressive.
So he's played in the league 7 years. I don't think he won one in his first season.
Okay.
Which means over the last 6 years, he is now averaging over 2 Offensive Player of the Week awards per year. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Do you carry one yesterday?
Do I care that he won?
Do you care?
No. It was just kind of a blip on the radar. I saw that and I said, "Oh, that's nice."
So you do not care.
Doesn't really mean anything anymore.
Do you care?
I care in the fact that if you're going to give this award to anybody, that's the guy you give it to for that performance. Like, there's no way anybody had anything equal to that.
So you'd be
this
upset
week.
if he
I would
didn't
be pissed off
get
if
it.
he didn't get it.
Okay.
More than he got it.
If
Okay.
Jameis Winston didn't throw 2 pick sixes, he definitely would have got it.
Nah, but the uniqueness of the plays were just
In the
crazy.
snow.
Oh, I'm with you, man. It's
Yeah.
amazing. It's amazing.
Highlight reel.
It is weird that a guy that went like
Performance.
13 for 17 for 148 yards won AFC
Yeah.
Offensive Player of the Week.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. Okay. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
You care only because you wanted him to have
Yeah.
it. But him getting it is
it's winning things that don't matter.
okay.
Yes.
So it's funny how far we've come as Bills fans because Kimmy, 15 years ago, had
The only thing we had left.
Yes, had any member of the Bills won a Player of the Week award on any side of the ball, we would have wanted them elected to the Hall of Fame in that moment.
Yeah.
Like, if Ryan Fitzpatrick or C.J. Spiller or Lee Evans had won the Offensive Player of the Week award, we would have wanted to give them an 8-year, $100 million contract right there
Yeah.
in that moment.
And especially this time of year and potentially like in years past, like this point in the season, like there was still probably a chance of playoffs, like, but you were still holding on some hope there. But this just was kind of like, well, at least we got that going
this
for
would be
us,
the
right?
spark we need.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
Yeah.
But this ain't it anymore.
No. Like, Josh doesn't even care. He is on record as saying last year after he won another one of them,
Yeah.
don't care anymore, doesn't matter
Yeah.
to me. So even more ridiculous than Josh winning another AFC Offensive Player of the Week award. By the way, this really helps his MVP case, too. I think we may need to resign ourselves to the fact that
It's happening.
it's going to happen as long as everything stays status
Yeah.
quo. Josh is the 7th Buffalo Bill this season
Yeah.
to win an AFC Player of the Week award. Greg Rousseau, James Cook, Taron Johnson, Terrell Bernard, Tyler Bass, and Josh twice. There have only been 5 NFL weeks this year
Yeah.
where a Buffalo Bill was not named the best player of the league that week.
Damn, that's impressive.
Yeah. And you didn't know that, did you?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that shows how much we care. The first
Yeah.
3 weeks of the season, there was a Bill as a player of the week
in one of those spots.
every single week.
Because, I mean, now you're just looking at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's it.
You want to check off that next
Like,
thing.
you got the team here, man.
Yeah.
Win an
it's go
AFC
time.
championship.
But it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks living that life, man.
Why?
Because again, all right, let me try and put it in a way that a man that is not a diehard understands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, dumb it down for me.
That's what I'm trying to do.
We
for you.
should care, you're saying.
Okay. When Kimmy, the joy of being a Bills fan during the drought were the tiny moments.
Yeah. You appreciated it more.
Pieces of candy you got.
Well, no, well, it wasn't even a piece of candy. It was like these memories are going to live with me forever. Sam Adams picking off Tom Brady and running it back for a fat guy pick 6. Josh Allen throwing 3 touchdown bombs to Lee Evans against the Houston Texans, and that living on forever. Like, there are little itty-bitty things you held on to. Like, wow, Bakari Rambo picking off Aaron Rodgers twice and upsetting the Packers in Orchard Park. We're not living for those moments anymore.
Because you don't need them anymore.
But that's the other problem.
I don't want to be a spoiled fan. I always made fun of the spoiled fan, right?
Yes.
I mean, you look at Patriots fans, you're like, they don't even know what they have over there.
Exactly.
They're spoiled dicks.
And past the spoiled dick part, which I am 100% agreeing with you. If you're only living for the championship, it makes the season suck. Only one team wins a Super Bowl.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be a failure of a season if your team – could you imagine, let's say the Bills lose in the AFC Championship game, knocking on wood, everybody, I'm knocking on wood. And that moment on Sunday is lost forever.
Yes.
Because all you cared about was the Super Bowl. Josh's 25-yard run where he's trucking Chiefs to get into the end zone, forgotten forever.
Yes.
Tyler Bass walking the Dolphins off on a franchise record field goal and ending their season is forgotten forever.
It's true.
That's not fair.
But that's the game you love.
Yeah.
Man.
Because those are just snapshots.
Like, and I feel like we've said this before too. If something amazing doesn't happen in a Bills game, like we can't even just accept a boring win anymore. We're like, oh, well, that was fun, I guess. Like that's such a terrible way to look at it.
That has come out of his mouth.
Yeah, I want to be entertained.
Boring. He wants a beer every time.
Okay. No, I get you want to be entertained, and I guess that's what I'm getting at here.
What's that?
Josh Allen plays such an amazing brand of football.
Yeah.
We are taking him for granted.
Yes.
And I know I sound like his mom at a school board meeting.
You don't appreciate my son.
You don't appreciate our boy. You don't. Like, we need to stand back and fully appreciate what we are witnessing because this is a once-in-a-lifetime player. You know I love Jim Kelly.
Yeah, I know.
He never did this. No. You know I love Bruce Smith. He didn't get people out of his seats like Josh Allen does. Right? Even O.J. Simpson.
Well, he could command a room. Whether you wanted him to or not.
We all need to, as Bills fans, take in what he's doing. And after the game is over, here's what I want to do. I got a new plan.
Yeah.
Almost a meditation where you sit back for 10 minutes and think, that was a fun time. Commit it to memory, those special plays. So now 30 years from now, when you have kids or grandkids, you can go, I was there when Josh blank.
All right. All right. I don't think that happens, though, in life.
Okay.
Like, I don't think, like, people walk around Chicago talk about how great Michael Jordan was. I think Michael Jordan's a thing in the past now.
And
even though he was
people
the greatest
outside of
athlete,
Chicago walk around talking about how great Michael Jordan
No, but
was.
I mean, he means, like, specific moments that don't involve the NBA Finals or going over Craig Elo.
Yeah, they had 6
Gotcha.
I mean, after a while, that just becomes a faded memory. They think of those 6 championships.
Exactly. But that's a problem.
They were a dynasty may never happen again anywhere.
But it also makes you not appreciate the greatness that Michael Jordan had.
Well, I think you do because that's how you got those 6 championships.
There are numbers, if you look at Michael Jordan's career, that you would not believe that will never be touched again. Ever, ever, ever. I mean, you can make an argument in that case that Jordan isn't appreciated enough because of all of the championships that he won.
And he made it look easy.
Okay, so there you go.
I mean, there's that one time he literally touched the face of God.
Do you think though it may be a little different now, only because if you didn't catch the game live when Michael Jordan was playing, you probably missed it. Maybe you caught the highlights on TV every now and then, but like you couldn't really go back and you weren't getting bombarded with it after it happened every day. And I don't know if that contributes to remembering that, or if we're just so overwhelmed by all those highlights all the time that maybe that makes it less. Maybe it stands out less. I don't know.
All right, I'll ask you this question, and this will be the defining factor.
Okay.
There was an amazing play that happened in Week 3. The Buffalo Bills in primetime went to Miami, and the exclamation point on the Bills are going to blow out the Dolphins was Tua throwing a really bad pick 6 to this Bills player. His first ever pick 6. Kimmy, who caught that interception?
Wasn't it DeMar Hamlin?
No. Jamarcus Ingram.
Oh, yeah.
And that's my point. And look, I'm not crapping on you because nobody remembers that. But that was like a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
It was like a defining, look, we are about to blow the Dolphins out again. Nobody remembered who that was.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, I think because we see it over and over again, it hurts our memory, doesn't make it more.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's take a break. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to fight for my boy here.
Oh,
he's a good boy.
He's a good kid.
He's a good boy.
Just keep entertaining me.
Dance, Josh.
Let's go, baby.
He's your private quarterback. Quarterback for money. We like to think we'd be good criminals.
Yes.
And I know that there are lots of people who would have this exact plan if they found themselves in the alleged situation that this man out in Panyan found himself in. And this story might be proof positive that at the same time, we overestimate what the police department can do to solve crimes.
Yeah.
while also underestimating how good they would be at popping us in stupid scenarios we think we'd have them figured out. Man.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Thank God for men like this.
What happened?
Because in these accusations, we're going to hear how a plan most people, I think, believe would have worked with this situation with the police.
Yeah.
We're going to see how it blew up immediately.
Oh.
And the ironic part, if he had just shut up and laid low, he may not be facing any charges this morning.
Wow.
He was going to get ahead of it.
Yeah.
And that's what landed him in handcuffs. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got stuff to give you.
What are we going to get?
Well, right now you can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Marshall Tucker Band with Jefferson Starship at the Vine Showroom Del Lago Resort and Casino on December 13th. Tickets are on sale right now at delagoresort.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine just after 8:30ish this morning.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is a very long break. I have to get to where we're going next. There was a new nonstop flight from a discount airline here in Rochester.
Oh.
And it's a dangerous place to go, especially when it's an inexpensive flight and a long weekend.
But it's a dangerous place to go.
When I say dangerous, I don't mean
like
getting
fun,
robbed.
Like fun danger?
Oh, I mean like you're going to make some bad
Oh, you're going to
decisions.
Fun Town.
Oh, buddy.
Spend a lot of money.
It ain't the one you're thinking of either.
Oh, really?
We'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Panyan.
What happened?
Late last month, a 28-year-old man was spotted driving recklessly right near the Panyan Police Department.
Oh.
It's a bad idea.
Yeah.
One of the officers that was there attempted a traffic stop, which then led to a pursuit. Authorities say the 28-year-old man took off in his car.
By the way, where are you going in Penn, man?
Oh, I'm going to tell you where he went.
Okay,
I'm gonna
'cause
tell
you don't have a lot of options.
I'm going to tell you exactly where he went.
Yeah.
The 28-year-old man took off in his car and eventually led police into the driveway of his home.
Oh, so he went home.
Where he parked his car.
Yeah.
And then fled on foot.
Oh, this is where I live, but like I'm just gonna leave.
Took
and
off.
Never come back.
So apparently, Kimmy,
Okay.
I don't know. So officers say they identified the 28-year-old man. They knew
By
who
his
he
mailbox.
was.
Yeah.
But they were unable to capture him that night. He got away.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, the next day,
Yeah.
guess who came strolling into the Panyan Police Department?
What?
The same 28-year-old man who police say ran from them the night before. But this man, Tommy, was not there to turn himself in.
Was he going to brag?
No. He was there to report a crime.
No.
Oh, he was a victim.
Yes. Because you see, the 28-year-old that police say, again, the night before was running from them, claimed his car had been stolen.
Okay, it wasn't me you saw pulling into my driveway.
Kimmy, anything that may have happened with his car last night could not have been me.
It's weird that the person who stole it returned it to its original place.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. So the Panyan Police Department did an investigation. And by investigation, I'm assuming they went to the guy who chased him in the car and said, hey, you know this guy? They determined he was lying, that the theft, in fact, did not happen. He was arrested, charged with unlawful fleeing, reckless driving. He has a court date coming up.
So does he also get charged with making a false report?
So I guess that's possible.
Or maybe they're going to let that go right now.
Who knows? There could be more charges pending. I don't know. All right.
right.
So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Was this man's plan a good plan or a dumb plan? And before you answer, let's keep in mind, just because a plan doesn't work doesn't necessarily mean it was a bad plan.
Well, it didn't work because you drove the car home.
Yeah.
And they know this. Like, if you would have abandoned it in the woods, like somebody, like, crashed it or something and just split,
maybe
it may have worked for you.
Mm.
But for the fact that you went right past the police station.
You dropped it
and
off.
then dropped it off at your house and ran.
Okay.
I mean, it's flawed from the beginning.
Okay. Kimmy,
So it would never work.
Kimmy, good plan, bad plan?
I mean, bad plan.
Bad plan. All right. All right. 252-WCMF. If this plan wasn't going to work, was there a plan that could have had him beat these charges that he was going to eventually
I don't
face?
think so, because we've seen this story before where people claim they had their car stolen and they parked it down the street and the cops find it and you get busted.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem to work.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I guess if your plan was not so much like maybe you kind of know you're caught here, but if you've been drinking or something, maybe your plan is to like wait to be caught as long as possible so that way you're only getting charged for fleeing instead of being
drunk and driving?
You know,
Yeah.
like
All right.
maybe that I could see if that was your plan to like try to lessen your charge.
So turn yourself in the next day.
Yeah, like I'm not drunk anymore, so they can't pin me on that. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
just trying to think of what may go through your head and why you'd flee and then return later.
Okay. And there are a few extra things that are funny, like extra funny things about this story. Like the first thing, if he had not tried this brilliant alleged scheme of showing up and lying about his car being stolen, he may not have been arrested, period. Right? Like, sure, if he were to be pulled over, there would be issues.
Yeah.
But this was the next day. He essentially turned himself in.
Yes, he walked it back.
Without meaning to. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, burped banana and soda at the same time. And here's the thing. His plan wouldn't have really worked had they not identified him while he was driving. Because even before he pulled into his house, which
They
you're
knew
right,
who he
Kimmy.
was.
Yeah, they knew who he was while they were chasing him, according to the police.
Okay.
Like, how do you not realize, even pulling back into the house, you're not setting off a major red flag that the thief brought the car back to where he stole it from? Or, by complete coincidence, he stole it somewhere else and just managed to pick the house the car belonged to.
Yeah.
But what may be the funniest question I think we need to ask in this story,
What's that?
where did he spend the night?
Oh, it's got to be at Buddy's house.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Between
he's
bailing,
20 he's 28?
Yeah.
Buddy.
because he bails on the car, and then he falsely reports the theft the next morning. I would assume you're not going back to your house anticipating the police might be driving by, right? So you're saying a buddy took him in.
This sounds like Buddy.
Maybe somebody picked him up at some point.
But how do you explain that?
I figure he just ran to the house, man.
Okay.
Because the guy fled on foot.
Well, but
and Panyan's that big of a town.
That's what I mean, though. Like, did he spend the night in the woods? Because, I mean, it was right before Thanksgiving. The weather was semi-decent.
All right, he could have.
I forgot. What time did the chase go down? Do we know that?
No, we do not, actually.
Okay.
I don't
I mean, I guess to your point, maybe he stayed in the woods. If it was like 2, 3 in the morning, maybe he just waited it out until morning.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about the story out in Panyan. A 28-year-old man was recklessly driving, according to the police, right in front of the police department. One of the officers went out, tried to pull him over. It led to a police chase in which this man, according to police, pulled into his own driveway, got out of the car, and took off running.
Yeah.
They could not find him, but they identified him. They knew who he was. The next day, he strolled into the police department in Panyan, walked up to the desk and said, listen, my car last night was stolen. I'd like to report a theft. They did an investigation, i.e., looked at him and determined he was lying. So not only is he charged with all that stuff, you're right, there may be more charges pending. So the other thing that I can't get my head around.
What's that?
Why wouldn't you call that crime in when it happened? Because if you woke up and your car was in your driveway, how would you know it was stolen?
That's a great
point.
How did his story start and end?
Right. Well, I saw the headlights pulling in, and then it makes sense to me because I already knew my car was in the driveway. And I looked out.
Yeah.
Car was there.
Yeah.
I went outside, put my hand on the hood, and it was warm.
Okay.
Then I saw footprints going to my buddy's house. Damn it! I screwed that up.
No, because, like, even if the car was stolen and brought back in the middle of the night, you saw it, you would call the police right then.
Yes. Yeah.
No one's going to be like, oh, my God, someone stole my car, brought it back.
Yeah.
Well, call the cops tomorrow.
Unless your argument was it's parked in a different place than it normally is.
Okay.
I woke up and realized my car was moved.
But
I don't know.
You also would notice the commotion of lights and sirens in your effing driveway
Yes.
while cops are yelling at a guy, stop. So, Tommy, I think this story is proof that TV and movies have made us all both overestimate and underestimate the abilities of a police department at the same time.
Okay.
Hear me out. I think we have a tendency to overestimate how hard it is to solve an actual crime. Or, excuse me, underestimate. Let me try that again. I think we underestimate how hard it is to solve actual crime. There isn't some supercomputer with everyone's DNA in it, right? Okay. It's not easy to get witnesses to cooperate in certain situations.
Not going to get solved in an hour.
Yeah. Exactly. And you can't pull out a nightstick and go to town on someone who's stealing a case of beer.
No.
But TV shows, they make us believe that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when it comes to us, we overestimate how hard it would be to get one over on the cops. Because even the blackiest of blue, or backiest of blue, believe they could outsmart the police if they were put in a situation. And most of the time, it simply isn't true.
True.
You're going to make a mistake in your story. You're going to make that.
Panic.
Yes, exactly. And you're going to incriminate yourself, say something stupid, trip up along the way, and then it's over. And you're going to look like an idiot while you do it, much like the allegations in this story, right? This guy overthinks it times 1,000.
Yeah.
Because if the police came to his house the next day, he could have said, I was asleep all night last night. I have no idea what the heck you're talking about.
Yeah.
Done.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
So now the burden is on them. They have to prove that he was behind the wheel of that car. Sure, maybe he still gets busted, but he doesn't look like an idiot walking into the police department the next day. I mean, like, you're not the master brilliant criminal you think you are. Because, Tommy, is it a fair statement to say most people believe they think they could outsmart a police department?
Yeah. But that's because you're planning out the scenario that works for you in your head. Mm-hmm. This kid didn't set out to this kid just was recklessly driving in the moment, probably.
But he also had overnight to come up with a plan.
Yeah, but I don't know what state of mind he's in.
Okay.
And panic sets in.
Okay.
You're thinking about jail time.
Okay.
And losing my apartment or a house.
And
I mean, all those other things weigh in
and
that you're not thinking about.
And if you ran to a buddy's house, you could be getting bad advice.
You definitely.
Could that be what it? No, I'm sorry. You brings up a great point.
Yeah.
Could that be a brainstorm between a couple idiot buddies?
Yeah.
What you do, bro? You walk in and be like, my car. They can't prove it, man.
Yeah.
They can't prove it, man.
Yeah, if they didn't see you, they can't charge you.
Even though they saw you the whole time and saw you walk out of the car and run. It's
in your yard.
I don't know. It's just this weird side-by-side
Yeah.
that we expect every crime to be solved immediately by the police department. Yet at the same time, we think if we were in that situation, we could 100% fool the cops or the FBI or the CIA or whatever. How does that make sense?
Well, I will say this: if you're a 28-year-old guy, and let's say you're not in a serious committed relationship,
okay,
you're at your highest level of peak dumb.
At 28?
Oh yeah.
Why
If you don't have anything going on in your life,
you think so?
Oh yeah. You're about as dumb as you're ever gonna get because you're dumb with a lot of options. Like 28, no girlfriend, no wife, no commitments, no children. You are super ass dumb.
Okay, I feel like you're going on your timeline, which is not the average male's timeline.
No, I'm just saying if you're at that point in your life.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, nothing going on.
I don't know, man. 28 seems like the age you really have to start being an adult.
Yeah, bro.
What?
How many 28-year-olds we work with in this business had nothing going on
Yeah.
that are 12-year-olds?
Okay, but it's this business. Every man in this business is a 12-year-old.
True.
You're a 12-year-old. I'm a 12-year-old. Wouldn't you like to be a 12-year-old?
Yeah, but I'm saying if you ain't got it all, something going on at that age.
Okay.
You're dangerously dumb.
That would be a great T-shirt.
That'd be a great TV show.
Dangerously dumb?
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this story. I'm going to keep marinating on the you're dumbest at 28 because that might be a whole other discussion.
Bro, look at that play club you were running with.
What are you talking about?
Fat dummies.
Why you be so mean?
I'm not being mean.
I'm not being mean. Fat dummies.
Y'all was fat dummies.
Bunch of fat dummies. Oh, we're talking about the story coming out of Panyan again. A 28-year-old man was driving recklessly, according to police, in front of the Panyan Police Department. Police tried to pull him over, led to a pursuit. Police say the 28-year-old man eventually drove his car into his driveway, got out, took off running. They were not able to catch him. But the next day, the 28-year-old walked into the Panyan Police Department and tried to report that his car had been stolen the night before. They did a, quote, investigation. Police say in the story they knew who he was even before he had gotten out of the car. He was arrested, charged with a bunch of crimes involving the police chase. Let's talk. We talked about how that story, saying your car was stolen and returned, is so ridiculous it would never happen. Tom's on CMF. Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
Hey, very good, Pat. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
I had a car. It was a parts car. It was a kind of a junk car in front of my house by the road. And I come home one day, and my neighbor says, "Well, your car got stolen, but it's there. But it's sitting there. But I noticed that it's in the opposite direction." So what had happened was some scrappers grabbed the car, got down the way a little bit, got pulled over by a trooper that said, "That ain't your car. Put it back."
Wait, so they didn't arrest him?
They didn't arrest him. They didn't even tell me that they stole the car.
So they thought it was being scrapped?
I guess.
That was their story? They were guys collecting metal?
I take it the trooper had been by my house many times. I'm on a main route, and he knew it wasn't them. It was probably a couple of characters from town.
Couple of town characters. All right, hold on, Tom. How long ago was this?
It was about 6 or 8 years ago.
Wait, I was waiting for you to tell me like 1972. Yes.
So they just said, "Put it back and go home"?
Yep. That's what I heard from the neighbor, that they just said, "Put it back."
Okay.
The trooper wasn't behind them. They put it back. but it was in the opposite direction. I go, yeah, how'd the car get turned around? He goes, yeah, they put it back.
All right, you know what I think happened? And Tom, you seem like a really nice guy. I'm just trying to help you out here. You know your neighbor stole your car, right?
Oh, God, he'd never steal that car.
That's what he wants you to think, Tom. Tom,
that very well could be.
did you ever talk to the trooper? Did you get a confirmation on that story other than your neighbor?
No, I did not. But
Your neighbor stole that car, Tom.
I would have called the police department. I said, hey, man, what happened last night with my car?
Oh, no, this is a junk car. I ain't calling nobody.
All right, Tom, thanks for the call.
That has to be a really junk car for people to think it's abandoned.
That is the weirdest story I've ever heard.
Yeah.
How do you not?
I guess maybe they make the argument they thought it was being scrapped.
I get
so
that,
that's why they.
But I'm still calling the cops and wanting to know what happened last night.
Yeah.
That dude's neighbor was doing something.
It has to be.
All right, turns out this is not the only story.
All right.
252 WCMF. Bonnie's on CMF. Hey, Bonnie, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. What do you got for us?
When I was still in high school, I had a little a 2-seater 5-speed. Loved the car. Parked it in my driveway in the city. Woke up the next morning. I was going to work. It was a weekend. And I realized that the window was gone and that they had popped my ignition. They left me a note. Thank you for the ride. Signed it.
They went joyride.
And totally took everything out of my vehicle.
Man.
So they stole it and brought it back and parked it exactly where it was.
But why would they do that and then leave a note?
I know.
Yeah, people were so polite back then.
Well, so and this is, it's not. They had a picture of me that my wallet was in the car.
Okay.
Yes, don't whatever.
Oh, can we stop real quick? Time out. You carried a picture of yourself in your wallet?
It was my license.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like you had like a glamour
my
shot.
wallet was in there, so they saw a picture of me and they had said, I was 17. I was definitely a lot different than I am now, but the note did say something along the lines of they wanted to bring it back because they hoped that I can't even tell you. I'm a little embarrassed by what
Yeah,
Bonnie.
Bruce is a rich kid, by the way.
Her ass was so nice.
Yeah.
They were willing to get caught just to get a look, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, Bonnie, don't sell yourself short.
I know.
I mean, you could still have a really nice ass.
But
you were saying, Tommy, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, this is a
Anyway.
kid that had a 2-seat roadster going to high school back in the day.
Well, no, I also worked. I've been working since I was 14. There's no way that I'm
Shut up,
going.
Bonnie.
Why
You
can't
know what I mean?
Why can't you give her credit?
Yeah.
You were a rich kid with a boat.
I mean, it's so funny. It's
I
like rich
know.
kid on rich kid
I know.
crime here all of a sudden.
I
As he
know.
crosses his legs
Yeah.
arrogantly.
Back up. I'm not rich by any means.
Yeah.
Never was.
Yeah.
I
He's one of
worked
these rich-
hard for my money.
Yeah. Bonnie.
But I think it's hilarious that they brought it back.
Those guys
Ian
wanted a
signed it.
taste.
His name was Frank, by the way.
Wait,
Bro.
he signed his actual name?
Bro, you don't think that
Yeah,
guy
he
wanted?
signed Frank.
She was a hottie with her own car back in the day. They wanted a taste.
Yeah, that's what she's saying. They wanted. That's what she was saying with the note.
They were huffing that seat.
For God's Bonnie, I'm going to let you go so you don't have to deal with this anymore. Thank you for the call. I appreciate
Those
it.
guys were getting
great day,
stoned off
bye.
of that
Bye.
bucket seat.
Stoned off the bucket seat. How did Lou Graham not write that song? That would have been a hit. All right, let's take a break. This is a dangerous place, buddy.
Really?
Not like wallet stolen, 2-seater, sniffing the seat dangerous.
Yeah.
We're talking like fun dangerous.
Good time.
And I think you can make an argument, even though another town
Yeah.
known for getting out of hand
Yeah.
has a direct flight from Rochester too. This new direct flight
Yeah.
can put you in the most dangerous position
Damn.
of your life. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCM. it's another option to get out of town quick and easy.
Oh, nice.
And this will be mighty popular,
Ooh,
Tom.
with the jet set.
It joins another route that folks can jump to have some fun in a city that is known for getting wild. But when it comes to these two destinations that you can now get right to from Rochester, which one is the more dangerous trip?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Yesterday, Avelo, a low-cost airline carrier that
nice
flies.
Italian carrier.
Yeah, they're good. They fly out of they fly out of Rochester. They announced 2 nonstop destinations, new ones, from the Frederick Douglass Rochester International Airport and Rainbow Awning Museum. They will be flying to Wilmington, North Carolina.
Party town.
And
Where?
Nashville, baby.
Oh, Nashville. Yeah.
Direct flight to Nashville. So one of those is more exciting than the other.
Oh, yeah.
The Nashville flights, direct flights, will start April 3rd, and they will operate Thursday and Sunday.
That's going to be a flight just full of loud, drunk women.
Yep. Well, I mean, I think
you're
underestimating guys.
the dudes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're right. But that's a perfect long weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Okay. So, Nashville isn't the only party city that has had a recently added nonstop flight from Rochester. In October, Southwest added Rochester to Vegas nonstop flights.
Well, say no more.
For those looking to get a party in. That was the first nonstop flight to Vegas and Rochester since 2008.
Wow.
So, when it comes to Nashville and Vegas,
Yeah.
these are two cities obviously known for getting wild.
Yeah.
Both of them are now easily and inexpensively accessible from Rochester.
And you're just going there to party. That's
You got it. But I ask you this, Tommy.
Ask me.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Right now, which is the more dangerous trip for you? And I don't mean dangerous like your car gets stolen or your wallet gets lifted. I mean what you could potentially do to yourself or your life. Is it Rochester to Vegas or is it Rochester to Nashville?
Oh, I'm taking Nashville.
Why are you taking Nashville?
Because Vegas has embraced families over the
Yeah,
years.
it was weird how many families I saw there last year.
Because
I was
they
surprised
kind
at
of
how many baby strollers.
Yeah, I mean, there's like it's more family. Nashville hasn't gone the family route yet.
One reason and one reason only.
Yeah,
it feels
it's
like
just party.
It feels like those two cities have swapped.
Yeah,
because like when I was doing comedy, I would go to Nashville all the time.
Bro, Nashville wasn't a thing when I was on the road.
I mean, they had the bars and stuff, but there were baby strollers and fun and all that stuff all the time.
It wasn't a tourist trap.
What the hell happened in Nashville in the last 15 years where it's become Drunk City, USA?
It definitely became a bachelorette destination for sure. I think that's somewhat recent.
They embraced it. It's almost like they built this town around this.
There are
partying.
Companies dedicated to taking bachelorette parties around.
Okay,
on,
but
like, party buses and stuff.
But here's what's weird about that. You said it's almost like they built the city for it. No, like Vegas was built for
I
that.
understand, yeah.
Like out of nowhere, Nashville was a functioning city.
Right, but Nashville figured it out, man.
It's just weird how in the last 15 years, it feels like, and if I'm wrong, tell me, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, Vegas and Nashville have almost switched roles.
Yeah.
Where, like, you can go have family fun with a little bit of adult excitement in Vegas. Nashville, you are going.
You leave the kids at home.
You're getting wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, with Vegas, you also get a mix of people. Because you brought up the families. You're right about that. You get the much older set looking to gamble and see shows.
Yeah.
You get the middle-aged set looking for, like, a fun place.
Yeah.
You now get sports fans in Vegas.
You get the buffeters. Yeah. It's all there.
Nashville is nothing but 20 to 40-somethings.
Let's get drunk and listen to country music and have fun.
You got it. Yes. The only reason you go to Nashville now is to get hammered beyond your wildest dreams. And you have no choice when you get there because unless you are a deep music nerd, all there is to do in Nashville now is get stupid drunk.
And even if you are a music nerd, that whole scene would take you a day to take in.
Yeah.
And you'd be done.
That's fair. Yeah, you can go to the Grand Ole Opry.
And you're done.
Yeah. And, like, here's the other thing, too. Like, to your point that you just made. Like, in Vegas, I have 1,000 shows of options.
Yeah.
I can play cards. I can go to weird tourist traps.
Yeah.
I can go shopping, have high-end dinner at nice restaurants. Nashville ain't got that stuff.
Like, I feel like one weekend in Nashville and you've seen all you need to see. One weekend in Vegas, while it's crazy and you can get a lot done, there's still, I feel like, a lot more left on the table that maybe you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe next time I'll go see that or do that. And I didn't get a chance to, take that little trip or experience.
But I agree with you. But here's what's weird about that, too.
What's that?
In my, like, circle of people I know, folks are way more likely to take a trip to Nashville and go back than they are to go to Vegas, even though they didn't see half of the stuff there was to do in the week they were there.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I know people that, will take annual trips to Nashville or even sometimes multiple times a year. just because they love it so much. I guess, and it could also be the whole country music aspect of it too. People are just they love it.
Sure.
So.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Avelo low-cost flight carrier flying out of Rochester announced direct flights to Nashville. They're going to be Thursday and Sunday coming up in a couple of months. We also now have Southwest flying directly to Vegas out of Rochester. Which party trip is more dangerous? Let's talk to. I'm sorry, Mike's on CMF. Go ahead, Mikey.
Hey, Duff. So I think you touched on it really. Within the last 15 years, that modern crossover country music scene has become super popular, and everybody is getting into it. So yeah, Vegas has got like the old school, music theaters and all the regular shows, and yeah, there's people that have residencies there. But I think people go just for the attraction of can I see the next big country hit before they become a big country hit.
Well, even if you do, though, you're not going to remember it because you're blackout drunk.
Yeah.
Well, that's possible, but for the family scene, you've also you're not too far from the Smoky Mountains, and there's a lot. I think Dollywood is still not too far from the Nashville area. So there's other things besides just downtown Nashville.
Well, you think that these party people are going to Pigeon Forge to take a roller coaster?
Right, but the point, your point was, there's been a lot of families and stuff in Nashville, and it's also a party city.
No. My argument was 15 years ago I would see families there all the time. When I hear about Nashville from my buddies now,
it isn't a family-friendly town anymore.
But here's the thing. In the defense of Mike, I have not been in 15 years. I'm only going based on what people I know have seen, so he could be right.
They ain't posted it on Facebook.
I think that country music scene is what's driving it
bro,
so
it's
much.
Skanky Town,
it's not just
USA.
old school country anymore.
It's Skankin'
It's not
Boots,
the
bro.
Grand Ole Opry and Hank Jr. and Hank Sr. playing.
Skankin' Boots. Hey, Mike, thanks for the call. No, but you can both be right here. He's right. I do think that the country music crossover to women, because we've talked about this, country music in America right now is the most popular music with women. Yes. I think that is drawing those women to Nashville, right? But it can also be blackout drunksville.
I do feel bad for anybody that's like a business person that wants to use this for business. Because that flight home.
The flight, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you got to take that flight, if you're catching that turnaround flight home on a Sunday, if you're a business person.
Puke City.
Oh, my God.
Puke City, USA.
These chicks have been throwing up in Rolling Rock buckets all weekend.
Do they have Rolling Rock in Tennessee?
Oh, hell yeah, man.
You know, as we talk about like what Nashville has become, Nashville has gained this aura of cool, and I think Mike was right. It's the country music scene.
It's country hip.
Right, like tough cowboys that also wear skinny jeans for some reason. And you can feel like a badass drinking a $20 domestic can of beer in a club owned by a millionaire country singer that you paid $20 cover to get into. Yeah. What doesn't sound fun about that? Right, Nashville, and like you said, it's also the bachelorette capital of the world.
Oh, yeah.
But outside of the music, what else, Kimmy, is the draw to women to Nashville?
Outside of the music?
Is it just the music? Is the music that powerful?
Well,
you got 2 streets of bars.
Yeah, I mean, it's
so
the strip of bars. It's the party scene. I mean, and
they cater to it.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. So parts of New York City that do that, Miami,
Yeah,
Austin, Texas, Las Vegas we brought up, Los Angeles, Atlanta.
But everybody's there for the same reason. Those other cities, that's not so much the case.
Okay.
Right?
So Nashville, you're saying, has made a conscious decision to cater strictly to 20 to 30-year-old drunk.
And it's big enough where it's not overwhelming.
Okay.
Those other cities are huge.
Okay.
That's
Nashville's
true,
pretty
too.
easy to navigate.
Yeah.
Once you're into town, you can walk to everything you want to see.
Well, I mean, the things that are like fun. That's the other shocking.
Makes it walkable. That's part of it too.
But that's the other weird thing about Nashville. If you've ever been, not for the party, it's way bigger than you think, and it's not a skyline city.
No, it's not.
No.
It's like it almost feels like you're in the town of Greece.
Yeah, it's sprawling once you get around.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, so unless you're like staying right down near Broadway on that strip there, it's kind of confusing.
But that's all you're gonna see when you go.
If you're not cool, man.
Yeah.
I love Nashville. I know I've said this before. It breaks my heart it's become like this like mini Vegas because it's a really cool spot.
Yeah, it was a nice town.
And it's just full of hipsters.
So you girls ruined it.
They kind of did ruin it.
Yeah.
They kind of did. They imagined what it could be, and then they made it that. And like now you got all these hipsters that are trying to be musicians that are walking around like, what do I do?
The other thing I forgot about Nashville, all the country stars that live there.
And own bars there.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like that you could see sometimes like hanging at some of these joints.
Okay, I don't.
And the illusion of that I think is another draw.
But you said it, illusion.
Yeah.
I don't know how often that's really a thing.
You think there's always a chance.
Right. You're not going to see that in Charleston or Charlotte.
You don't know that. There's lots of Bravo people in the Bravo verse that are hanging out around Charleston.
That's true.
Yeah, true.
But I don't know if that's
end.
quite the same crowd that's drawing. You know what I
Right.
mean?
No, I get what you're saying. And again, the country thing, fine. But you can make the same argument if you're in New York, if you're in Miami, if you're in Atlanta, if you're in Los Angeles. Like you're going to run into somebody famous.
You could.
Right?
Yeah.
You saw Elton John in
Atlanta
in a restaurant.
Yes.
I got a picture with Gloria Estefan.
And this is when he could see.
That's
and
why he
no
went,
diaper.
That's why he went the other way when he saw you there. Can I tell you, though? Look, I'm with you 100%. Nashville is the more dangerous city. The last time I threw up from drinking was in Nashville.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got so hammered drunk. My buddy had to drive me home from Broadway, got to the hotel with my wife and my 6-month-old daughter, because we were going to my buddy's wedding the next day, just yakking into this toilet in the hotel room.
Damn, what were you drinking?
I don't even really remember.
Because if you start doing like that bourbon and tequila, which has really exploded, those will kill you.
I mean, this was probably 15 years ago, 14 years ago. So it's probably just a lot of beer and whiskey.
Okay.
But it sneaks up on you in that town so fast. You've been, right, Kimmy, to Nashville?
Oh, yeah, I've been. I went once for a wedding, and then I went another time for a bachelorette.
That whole crypto crew was down there.
The crypto crew?
That's a whole different crew. I don't know where they hang out.
And, like, here's the thing, man. I kind of want to go back to Nashville just to see, like, what it is now.
I don't want to. It sounds annoying as hell.
You guys would not like it.
It's going to be loud and annoying.
You would like the hipster stuff. I don't think you would like. I think you'd. I mean, none of us are great with crowds, but especially you guys.
Because, like, I do have memories that I didn't drink away.
Yeah.
That night on Broadway with my buddy, the one who's the PhD, actually. There would be, like, the big shiny bars, right? And then there were, like, in between.
All those offshoot places, yeah.
Yeah, and, like, you would walk in and you'd hear, like, the greatest musician you've ever heard.
Yeah.
And he's playing for tips with 5 people in the bar. And it was phenomenal.
I'm guessing it's gone.
Does that exist?
There's all that. I mean, you can find anything. Like, I mean, they have all types of bars there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like, that I was into. And I'm not even that huge a music nerd.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow, I'm like, this guy's pouring his heart and soul out for 7 people. I can appreciate that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Come see the sadness.
Well,
Off strip.
No, that was still on Broadway.
Maybe take a meth pedal tour.
Oh.
I think part of it, too, and in comparison to some of the other cities we talked about, you can make it affordable. Like, there are certain places where you know you're going in spending a ton of money, but, like, you could kind of do your own level of Nashville, put it that way.
I get what you're saying.
You can chintz.
You know, going back to Vegas, is Vegas no longer a young person party town?
That doesn't sound like it.
Because, like, you know, it wasn't that long ago that 20-something guys and gals fantasized about getting wild in Vegas. But, like, you don't really need Vegas to have that same fun anymore. There are casinos all over the place in every state. There are sports books on our phones. You can get world-class entertainment, but it's also geared at the older crowd, like the residencies. They're like Adele, Celine Dion, Britney Spears, Aerosmith. Like, what is Vegas offering right now?
It's got to be the super shows.
Yeah, the
Under
Sphere,
40, though?
No, that I don't know.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. The Sphere, I know, has been a big draw for people lately because it's like their new shiny thing that they have.
But, like,
and then they're building the big baseball stadium.
Yeah, so
there.
sports
I
I
think
get.
sports is definitely drawing people.
But here's the thing. Like, even Kimmy and her husband went to Vegas to go see an old man show,
We did.
Company.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't pinpoint a certain type of person that was there. It was a range of people all ages. Like I said, families, single people just there to gamble. You had everything.
All right, so everything goes in cycles, right? So how long until how long until Nashville is no longer the Nashville we know?
It would have to be the crash of country music.
The country crash, the great country crash of 2029.
They've been talking about it. They've been talking about it. No, but I would think I think something would have to replace country cool.
Okay.
Maybe then.
Okay. So we sit and we wait, and folks in Vegas praying for country music to stop being popular. This has become another one of those things that was very popular back in the day, was a necessity.
Yeah.
That has come back around as, like, cool and vintage and kitschy.
Oh.
It also is responsible for a house burning down. And, I mean, this is bad. Everybody's safe, thank God. But I know I'm not the only man whose wife or partner or husband has brought up, we should get one of these.
No.
And I don't know if these are dangerous or not.
Well, if it causes a fire.
Well, but Eddie, so could a stove.
Yeah, but
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Is this one of these things where it's like a mistake and these are fine?
Oh.
Or is this something where if I put it in my house, something really bad's going to happen?
What is it?
Well, they become popular again. In fact, like houses are selling for more because they have these in them. Folks want them installed.
Oh.
You don't need them anymore.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. The story comes to us from Wyoming County.
What happened?
Just after 11:30 in the morning on Sunday, Route 39.
Yeah.
Fire departments were called for a fire.
Fire?
Yep, excuse me, Saturday morning. That started because of a faulty wood-burning stove.
Oh, okay.
The house, everybody is safe, by the way, no injuries, thank God. But there were $20,000 worth of damage.
Yeah, damn.
Because of the faulty wood-burning stove.
Okay.
Have you ever had a wood-burning stove?
No. I've seen them so is this the one that's like down in your basement that heats the house, or is this one like it's like a fireplace almost in the middle of your living room?
So I imagine the second one, where it looks like a pot.
Yeah, and you feed it with the wood. Okay.
Yeah, feed wood.
Yeah. Because there's some like you just pour these pellets and it slowly goes in there.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that also.
Yeah.
I mean, both of them have become pretty popular, Kim.
It looks like frontier
Getting them
stuff.
installed, you're saying?
So there's two ways.
Yeah.
Either these old homes that still have them in them are
very
selling,
rustic.
Yeah, they're selling for more, and there are also people that are having them installed
you
in
can
their
buy 'em.
more modern homes. These like classic looking wood burning stoves. In fact, if you go to like Home Depot or Lowe's, they have whole sections of them now. Are they like? Because here's the thing.
They look dangerous.
They look dangerous to me,
only
but I'm
because
also an
it's
idiot.
like a big hot stove in the middle of your living room.
That's actually exactly what that is.
So I don't know how you could have kids
Yeah.
and have that in your house. Because it looks like somebody touches it, you're going to get
People have
scalded.
for years, though. I don't know. I guess I would wonder then, like, what the percentage of homes that caught on fire because of the wood burning stove.
Well, like take out the kids because I agree with you. I don't know how you would have this with kids, and I know there are people that are going to call. I got 19 kids. I got a wood burning stove, and everything's fine. I would be so afraid that there was a fire in my house at all times, or like.
Yeah.
Is it more dangerous than gas?
I don't know. You don't see a lot of homes blow up because of gas. I guess we don't see a lot of homes
Really?
burned down. We said we had one in the last.
I don't know.
There's one a year.
Okay.
I mean, like I have a fireplace, but it's an old
I'm
style
sorry.
fireplace.
Ooh!
You got a fireplace.
I don't have a fireplace.
You don't?
No. My house was built in 2006.
They still make fireplaces now.
Oh, I'm
bro.
sorry. I couldn't afford a house with a fireplace.
Yes, you could.
Not like your
You
wife.
chinsed out.
I don't want a fireplace.
I can't believe a doctor does not have a fireplace.
Why
But
would
you
I
know
need a
what?
fireplace? I can afford
Because it's like 8 degrees outside.
I can afford a furnace. But go on. I'm sorry.
I love the fireplace.
Why?
Because it looks nice. You put it on at night. It's cozy. You pour a drink, watch the TV. It's nice.
Okay, so it's the same thing we're talking about here.
No, this one looks nice. It's in the thing. It's not like a big
More
stove.
the
in the middle.
ambiance.
It's still
It's
open.
not like I got to put a pot of coffee on and start turning like a carcass of meat on it.
It's still an open fire in your house.
It is, but at least it's inserted and it's got a cover over it.
Okay.
So like, it would take an effort to get to that fire. A stove out in the middle of things sounds really dangerous to me.
Okay, see, I like to live by one pretty simple rule.
Right.
Fire outside.
You got a gas stove?
Yeah.
You got a fire on your stove.
No, but the stove, I mean, look, there's a tiny little pilot light that's going at all times.
Yeah.
I understand.
So I also have a pilot light on my fireplace.
Oh,
on
so
at
it's
all
not
times.
real then.
No, it's gas.
Yeah, it's a gas fireplace.
No, we're not
Oh, so you
chopping
try to
wood.
you try to look all like tough and rusty. It's nice. It's a
big
fireplace.
deal.
You don't have a fireplace. You have a bigger stove.
Yes, in the wall.
So shut up.
It's a wall stove.
Kimmy, you have a fireplace in your house, don't you?
Nothing inside.
Yeah, we have a. Yes, we do.
Do you use it?
So the problem with using it is
No.
no, we've used it.
You don't use it.
Yes, we have. We've used it, but the thing is, when you use it, the heat turns off, so it's freezing cold upstairs when we use it.
Is it wood?
It's a gas.
That's the
one.
one to go.
Yeah.
Well, you have a gas fireplace in
Yeah,
an old house?
Surprisingly, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody at some point
They switched
installed
it up.
one.
Wow. Oh, look at you. You were all ready
But
to
yeah,
pounce
it's-
on her, and she's got the same thing you got.
it's-
Busted. Oh, Tommy's got busted Kimmy stuff.
It's great for the room you're in, but the rest of the house ends up freezing by the time you're done
And that
using
house
it.
can get quite cold.
Chilly. Ice
Yes,
queen.
it
ice cold.
can.
Matthew writes us on Instagram. We heat our whole house with one. We're talking about the wood burning stove.
Yeah, that's old school.
We have a furnace that keeps the house warm while we're at work. Okay. My biggest fear with the wood burning stove, like
Yeah.
even if like my wife lights a candle,
Yeah.
if I have to blow out the candle, I will loop back around minimum 3 times
Yes.
to make sure the
Double check.
candle's
Yeah.
out. So like if I'm like, okay, time to go to bed or time to go to work, I would not be able to leave the house without 17 times making sure every ember is out. How do you turn off the stove?
I thought, don't you keep it on?
No, he's
Well,
Matthew.
if that's your only way to heat the house.
No, Matthew said they have a furnace,
Oh, they're
and that the
both?
furnace is on
But
whether it
I'm
works.
wondering though if those older homes, like that's the way they heat their
Wait,
house.
I burn it all day?
I guess I'm asking because I've never had one.
I mean, how did they do it back in the old days?
Right.
Yeah, a lot of houses burned down.
Yeah. You lost the whole city of Chicago, right?
Yes.
The whole thing burned.
The second city, even.
Yeah.
The other question I have,
Yeah.
as we talk about this wood-burning stove, faulty wood-burning stove that caused a fire out in Wyoming County, $20,000 worth of damage, although everybody's safe. Like, if I'm breathing in a wood-burning stove, is that safe? I don't.
Well, doesn't it have a flue so it goes out of the house?
Yeah, sure, but like you
probably get a little bit.
You still smell the fire, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
No. But it's
You
not
don't know that.
I mean,
I'm
it's
asking
not-
sincerely.
It's not that much. It's probably the equivalent of smoking like 2 packs.
No, look, I'm not trying to be
And that
anti.
was standard American smoke.
We just have some questions.
I'm not trying to be anti-wood burning stove.
So you
right?
think it could cause health?
No, I'm asking. No, because you do this all the time. Penn State, and I get emails because you're an idiot. You're the one running your stupid mouth. Penn State is equivalent to smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Like, I mean, I guess like we got away from it for a reason, right?
Yeah.
So like, I don't get the whole bringing it back thing.
I will say this. So we got a neighbor that she's got one of the old school fireplaces.
Okay.
And when she fires that thing up, you smell it through the whole neighborhood.
I do like the smell.
But I don't know what her house must smell like.
Yeah.
Like, and she's old, and she looks healthy, but like she's got to be breathing that stuff in all winter long.
But is that okay?
The broad's almost 90.
Okay, so all right, we're good. Maybe it makes your life go longer.
She's also widowed. So, maybe the old man couldn't take it.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
So it seems like maybe a wood burning stove isn't great for people with vulnerable lungs, it says.
Okay.
Isn't that everybody? Don't we all have
Well, maybe people with
vulnerable lungs?
pre-existing conditions.
All right.
Like asthma.
All right.
Stuff like that.
You sounded like some freedom fighter. Don't we all have vulnerable lungs? Aren't we all just men? No, I have vivid memories of as a kid. My aunt, my dad's sister, they lived out in like a country home in Hilton.
Yeah.
And they had, I don't remember seeing the stove, but I could smell it. Like when you would walk in the house, you would be blasted by that smell of burning wood.
Yeah.
And I love that smell.
But it gets in all your clothes and everything. You're going to smell like a campfire.
And that was the thing. Like I remember walking around the house. I spent the night there one night,
Yeah.
and just my eyes were just like
burning.
Like
well, you also never experienced warmth before.
We had a fireplace in the house I grew up in.
No, you didn't.
Hand to God. And my dad, back before, we only for the first couple of years we lived in the house.
Yeah.
I remember being like 5 or 6. He would have fires in the fireplace.
Oh. Then he ran out of wood. Did it come with the house? So I almost said, remember that chick I was dating in Kentucky?
Yeah.
So she had a really nice place. She had a fireplace. So she goes, you got to help me do the fire. So brought the wood in, settled out. I've never done this. I'm from Florida, right? So she goes, oh, it's going out. You got to poke it. So I go, okay. I poke it. The log rolls out. She's got this fancy, like, rug in the front. Burnt the crap out.
Wait, you almost set the rug on fire?
Oh, yeah. But it's her fault. Like, I didn't know what I was
It's
doing.
her fault, says man who almost burns house
But
down.
like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. She goes, oh, you just got to poke it. This thing comes rolling out. I'm like, it was like one of those movies, like I'm panicking. The thing's rolling at me. I don't know what to do. So I run.
You ran away?
Yes. Here's a good tip.
Yeah.
If there's a flaming log coming at you, go the opposite direction.
So what happened, stupid?
I ruined that rug on her. And it was like some fancy rug like her grandmother had.
So did it just go out eventually?
Yeah, kind of, but it ruined the rug. Like you could see the burn marks on the rug.
I meant, did you pour water on the log?
I forgot.
You almost let the house burn down because you were scared of the hot log.
Yes.
Which is weird because your mother's never been scared of a hot log in her life. Taking all the hot logs. Burning up that carpet. Burning up the carpet.
I got it.
All right, everybody on hold. Let's take a break here. This story starts this discussion with, once again, Tommy being wildly wrong about something. In fact, you were wrong in a prediction you made that you didn't even make about the Bills game.
Okay.
But in what this woman
Yeah.
did over the weekend, it establishes something that may be surprising.
All right.
Because when you want to take your wife, your girlfriend on a date, there are specific ideas that you come up with.
Sure.
Right? You want to treat her like a princess. You want her to be comfortable,
Oh,
warm,
yeah.
have a good time, make it unique. But this activity that checks none of those boxes
Yeah.
seems like something that is now date-worthy.
Oh.
Because there are rich women from all over the country that are flying in
Damn.
to experience this. And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. date night is hard.
Oh, yeah.
And most of the time, someone in the relationship is making a sacrifice on date night.
Mm-hmm.
One person is going to do something they don't really love to do, but you'll do it because you love your partner.
Yeah.
But what if I told you something you'd think women would want nothing to do with, a pastime that guys have loved for decades, now has rich women flying across the country to experience something you never in a million years think any woman would want to participate in?
That happened.
Oh, no, it actually happened, and it all starts with another missed prediction on your part. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Why don't you go to WCMF.com?
Why don't you make me?
Enter for your chance to win a carload ticket for you and up to 6 of your friends to experience the 2024 Holiday Light Show at Victor Hills. If you love looking at Christmas lights, then plan on checking out the Holiday Light Show at Victor Hills. 2024 will be their last season to experience a 1.5-mile-long journey through the rolling wooded trails of Victor Hills Golf Club and take in over 1 million lights and scenes just minutes from Eastview Mall and Thruway Exit 44. Grab your tickets right now at rocklights.com. Coming up in just a little while. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah. We got to do Bitch Down.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And we have no money, except we're spending more money than ever.
Yeah.
And we're going to do it after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. This discussion starts with Tommy being wrong again.
What did I say?
Well, last week when we were doing Tommy Tells It Like It Is, Tommy making his prediction for the Bills, right? We talked about 49ers tight end George Kittle. I had asked if you thought he was going to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
And Tommy, who it turns out knows George Kittle and his wife.
Very familiar.
Yes.
Through a Netflix docuseries you watched, had hot takes about not only George Kittle, but the woman he loves.
And he's kind of a clingy, like, to his wife. And like, if it looks like if she ain't around, he's like lost.
How do you know she's not coming? Yeah. Second of all,
bro, she's super. You do not want to be in a plane with this chick.
Well, she wouldn't fly with the team
for a reason.
Oh my God! What? So
you're basing this solely on his wife being there?
See, the good thing about these shows, Kimmy, it gives you the inside track.
So
she ain't coming.
Well, here's the thing. She did.
Oh.
She flew across the country to come to Buffalo to watch her husband play. And because that was a prediction inside of one of Tommy's predictions, I believe that's another miss for last week.
No. That wasn't a straight up.
Did you make a prediction?
Did
you make a prediction?
I didn't say.
Did you make a prediction?
Not about that. That was a side prediction. It was a conversational
Still counts.
prediction.
So you may be wondering why she came to Buffalo.
Yeah.
And the reason? To experience a Buffalo Bills tailgate.
She came for the Jackass.
Yes, there are pics of her wandering through the tailgates before the game. She spent time at Pinto Ron's tailgate where they cook on the car.
All the famous ones.
Mm-hmm.
She even wrote on Instagram, and I quote, "In 8 years, George has never played in Buffalo. There are very few stadiums I have left to experience, and I'm happy to report this one did not disappoint. It felt very Midwest, and I loved it."
Oh, okay.
Rich woman left the warmth of California
to
spend the weekend outside in a massive snowstorm while drinking and eating food off a car. And she loved it.
Wow.
And she's not the only one. Wives of opposing players for the last 2 seasons have been making these almost pilgrimage trips to Orchard Park.
I want to see what it's all about.
And Kimmy, they're documenting them on social media.
Yeah.
And for the most part, all rave about all the fun they had.
I think most of the Bills' significant others have also made their way around some of these tailgates.
Some of them on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
So I asked this question.
Ask away.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is a Bills game with a tailgate a good date?
I mean,
you're asking the wrong guy because he doesn't even want to be there.
You want to go with me on a date?
He doesn't like
the
the jackassery, if you will.
It's dirty. It's loud. It's drunk.
My shoes are gonna get wet.
Shoes are gonna be an issue.
And it gets really cold, like to some of your extremities.
It's really hot his little ears.
Look, I know women love football. I'm not making this argument like women don't even like football.
It's more the experience. Does the experience make a good date?
I can't imagine a woman who's that just wants to see it, wants to experience it for 3 hours before a game.
I love how you say 3 hours, bro. 3 hours
you
is a
get
quick
there just
trip.
to get your parking space.
So I can't imagine most women who aren't into the game and aren't into this want to experience that.
Well, if they're not into
morning.
either of those things, probably not.
But that's
kind of
what a date night is. You're just doing this as a date night.
But this would I would think this is a woman that's maybe already a fan of the Bills, right?
Well, even if you're not, I mean, okay, fine. Let's go with the
I'm
fan
just
of the
saying,
Bills.
let's say she sees it on TV, she sees these and she wants to go check it out.
Yeah.
Because that's what
So
you kind of
but there's an interest there.
I mean, that's where, Kimmy, it seems like that's why these players' wives are coming, is they see the
the fun. I think it's
Yeah.
gone viral. I think every fan base to some extent has seen some kind of Buffalo Bills tailgate scene.
Sure. Okay.
So my point is, I get it if you're already regular going to the game, people, but you're asking date night.
Yeah.
Which means like she doesn't normally do this.
Yeah.
As a unique thing.
Yeah, I'm going to take you to the game.
She's going to hate it.
Okay, look. Along the lines of Tommy, you wouldn't think the average wife or girlfriend would get excited about standing outside in freezing cold weather,
What's
snow.
romantic about it? She's not going to get dressed up to be slipping through those.
Oh, I've seen some people really get dressed up for this.
Yeah, I mean, women do go.
Like
How do you walk around?
I have friends that have like full-on Buffalo Bills snow suits.
No,
They're pretty cool, too.
Yeah.
I'm talking about getting dolled up.
No, but that is.
No, but it's part
a
of that
doll up.
too. Yeah, it's.
Bro, you have
the
not
whole
seen
thing.
what some women wear in that park.
Yeah.
All right.
But here's the thing.
The biggest, fluffiest boots you've ever seen.
Now, look, I want to be on your side here. I want to agree with you. But when you go to Bills games, half of that tailgate crowd is the fairer sex. So I guess I asked this question, and Kimmy is really going to be the only one outside of your feminine Bills take. Are women going there because they want to spend time with their drunken worst halves, which I would understand, right? I want to go be there with my husband and my boyfriend. Or do they want this tailgate experience because it's such a good experience, they are also having fun?
I think they want to be part of the experience too. To me, it doesn't feel like they're there just to be there for somebody else.
Well, Kimmy, you're a woman.
Yeah.
You enjoy. Breaking news. You enjoy the tailgate scene.
No, I don't think most of the women I know that go, they're not going just because their significant other is going. They're going because they're a fan and it's fun and they enjoy all of it. They enjoy it from start to finish. They waking up early, they getting the tailgate stuff together. What are you making a face about?
No, he's making a face like he's about to wind up and say something.
No,
so I'm giving him his space.
I'm listening.
You are being such an arrogant dick right now. If you're watching the live stream, brought to you by Three Heads Brewing, not arrogant dicks. He is sitting here smugly with his
I'm going to guess most of those big tailgates you see, most of the planning is done by a woman in the group. Because if not, you would have a cooler, you'd have like a stump to sit on, a cooler, and beer. You wouldn't have all like the tent, the food.
Now, by the way, there are men listening right now that just took wicked offense to what you just
I
said.
don't want to speak for all men, but I know some men that would just go empty-handed and be like, "Oh, we forgot some stuff."
Yeah, but you find a way.
All right.
Fun finds a way.
So my question to you is, I'm guessing at the inception of all this fun, it was just a bunch of guys.
I mean, look, I'm based on my experience. When
I'm going way back.
Yeah, even when
No,
I
I'm
was
with
going as a
ya.
kid in the early 90s, there were
My
very
mom
few
never
women.
went.
Right,
Yeah.
it was a guy thing.
Yeah.
So did the guys, do they appreciate the women coming around now, or do the old traditionalists hate it because now it's changed to your point, where now we have party platters and napkins and cutlery
didn't
and
say-
wine bottles, where
I
before
never
it was
said
just
any of that. I'm just saying
kinda did.
she's
You
bringing.
said guys forget things and
Yeah.
women kind of like chick it up.
I said that they bring the food.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
now
say
there's, like-
cutlery and wine.
there's, like-
You
brought a charc-
Pittsburgh bitch.
You brought a charcuterie board to my tailgate 3 years ago.
Well, I thought your family likes salami.
No, that's your mom. You were saying.
No, they're out there drinking beer too. Nobody's chugging a bottle. Well, some people might be chugging a
You
bottle
can't
of
tell
wine,
me
but
that
that's
wine
for a
being
different
consumed
reason.
these days.
No, bro, I'm telling you, man. Like you're.
Right out of the bottle.
No, it's not what you think it is. Where it's like you have like a couple come over and the girls go off in one room and the guys hang out. Like everybody's together. Now we sound like we're having a discussion in the 50s why women should have credit cards. That's not what I'm trying to do here.
I was just saying, did the women coming, does it ruin the experience for the old guard guys?
I guess you'd have to ask the old guard guy.
Yeah.
You know these guys.
Well, I mean, I'll say this. My dad has no problem taking women to Bills games, tailgating with women.
Well, your daddy liked the ladies.
He didn't
I
do
think
that when
it's
I was
more.
a kid.
I think they're more just they're. It's not so much taking a guy or a girl. They just want a true fan there because
Right.
you also don't want to go with your buddy who just decided that morning he's a Bills fan.
We
now.
had this debate
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago. That's why Hope ended up going with me for the
Yeah.
beat out of the Bills. 252 WCMF. We find out that Tommy said George Kittle's wife, 49ers tight end, was not coming to the game. Therefore, he spoke it into existence, and she showed up in Buffalo. She went, it seems, to experience the Bills tailgate. She loved it.
Yeah.
Opposing players' wives have been doing the same thing over the last couple of years. And when you walk through the parking lot on Bills game day, those tailgates, which are dirty and grimy and cold and gross, it's half women, and they're having a blast. Is a Bills tailgate game day a good date? Kimmy, is it romantic?
I think it's fun. I don't know where if you're all bundled up and it's snowing and you're freezing and drunk. I don't know if I'd call that romance necessarily.
You're not getting laid that
I think,
day.
but I think it's going to be a
You
fun
ain't.
date for
Ride home.
everybody.
Ride home, buddy.
Right home, she's gonna be. You're both gonna be ragged out and tired. You ain't
Stuck
getting
in
nothing.
traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
nowhere
mean-
to go. And busy hands,
I
son.
suppose it could be.
Man, you ain't getting nothing.
But I'm gonna say most of the time there's just so much going on that you're just having fun and enjoying the day.
But is it having fun and like my husband or boyfriend keeping me warm and like there is a hunter-gatherer feel to it, right? Like you're responsible for your own camp. You
Sure.
bring your own warmth.
Sure.
You prepare your own food. You travel a lot, trading goods with other campers.
Yeah.
I mean, you are the provider, hunter-gatherer for the day is the man. It's very base-level caveman.
But do you think you're getting anything out of it sexually?
I don't know. Well, I mean,
Because most date nights imply that we're gonna have a full date night.
no, again, you assume
Why else would you have a date night if you're not getting laid?
to spend time with your partner.
Right, but you do this, the kids are taken care of. It's a date night.
Nope. You try to weasel out. Let's back
Right.
up. Do you only take out your wife thinking you're going to get sex?
Yes, that's what it's based on. It's called a date night.
Yeah, spending time with your partner because you love them.
Right, romantically. You want to be intimate.
There's a difference between romantic and intimate.
No, there isn't.
And by the way, there's a difference between intimate
Wait, you
and
think there's
sexual.
You think you're gonna have romance and then go to bed?
You can.
Why?
No, I could. Yeah, I mean,
Romance leads to that.
Stop saying it like that. Romance, romance, romance.
It
it
leads into
can, but
it's
it
a-
doesn't have to. and
No,
I
it
think that's
should
what
be
we're-
an erotic adventure from beginning to end.
What are you writing a book your father read about
the
cowboys?
erotic trip to the Bills
Long arm.
game.
No, I'll tell you what he's trying to
Quite
say.
the slinger.
He doesn't want to say it out loud. If I spend money, I better be getting
By
at
the
least
way,
a
she could-
knob out
by
of
the-
it.
it's just-
Yeah, baby, you like this right here? Let me open up your checkbook. I live in your house.
I'm just saying, like
It could be her idea to go.
But I always thought date night implied like it's gonna be like a date, like we don't have
But
any
I guess
commitments.
we're
But to each other
not
in
every
our
date is
loins.
romantic. I guess is what we're saying.
All right, but you
It could
think
just
you're
be a
gonna get
date to go on a date to have fun and
No, but he
do
thinks
something
he's gonna
together.
get some grimy HJ on the way home.
Why you such to be a grimy HJ?
Just his hands have been all over everything all day. Been touching pit toe Ron.
I've got,
You got condiments under your fingernails.
I got hand sanitizer in the car.
They don't get the condiment out.
You don't get the condiment out. Put that-
Mustard stains, man.
It does. That is
Mustard
hard to get out.
stains.
That is hard to get out. I don't know. Like, I guess the difference between whenever I'm having fun with my wife, I always look at that as romantic. That's not romantic having fun with your
It
spouse.
is, but it should lead to something.
Okay.
Can you have a romantic day if you have to pee in the woods at some point?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you can if
Okay.
you're a dog.
Wait, I mean, there are women that see camping as romantic.
All right.
It's the same thing.
Right.
You're bringing a lot of the same materials.
Because there are those people, those regular tailgaters. They have the pop up.
Potty.
It's like the porta potty pop up, and you basically pee into a bucket.
Yeah.
But that is
Like,
that's
is,
also,
it, is it sexy at the end of the night when you have to empty the pee bucket?
We know a guy that would do that for free. Oh, he played bobbing for apples in that
Honey,
thing.
get the pee bucket. We're going home.
no, but you
Throw a
bring up.
bucket of Red Delicious in there.
Shut up. Kimmy, you bring up the pee tents.
Yeah.
Those are new within the last 10 years
Yeah.
because more women have been coming.
Yeah.
Right? Guys don't need that. I can just go walk off next to my car.
No,
But
I
to
know,
her
but, we're
point,
just,
is it
but I'm just
romantic?
talking about, like, is
I
it
know.
romantic
A cold
and
porta
sexy?
potty.
You know, your wife also pees and poops when
I
you're
know,
out
but
somewhere
like,
else.
but
Your
it's-
wife's taking. There are wives taking concert dumps, restaurant
know.
dumps,
But women don't like
roller rig dumps.
Women don't like road games when it comes to taking a score.
I love how you're going to tell Kimmy what women like.
No, I
Would
mean,
you-
it is a little inconvenient.
Yes.
You're either waiting in a line or you got to find like
You'd
a
rather be
private
home.
space, or it's not always the easiest
and
thing
it's
in the world.
It's a production for you to pee.
It kind of is sometimes.
Thank
He's not
you.
wrong.
All right, 252 WCMF. Tommy has been saying wildly offensive things this entire discussion.
What, just pointing out nature?
Yet Kimmy is the one getting lit up on social media.
Oh,
Again,
what'd
we're,
she do?
we're talking about tailgating. Is it a date night now coming in on Facebook? This comes in from Jake. Jake writes, "Shut up, Kimmy. No woman plans a tailgate, and if she does, that tailgate sucks." Jason writes us on Twitter. He says, "Kimmy is wrong. The majority of tailgate parties planned by women, there is a lot of grilling and smoking foods that goes on at tailgate now, and that's mostly men doing it all. Men take pride in their smoking, especially. Women can't smoke a shoulder, bud."
That's true.
Never said guys don't plan their own tailgates, but I think when it comes to the casual fan, she's got the checklist down to make sure you don't forget anything.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. It did take a lot for me to sit on my hands and not yell at you when you suggested that my wife would plan my tailgate over me, because my wife gets to bring a dish.
But you're a regular tailgater.
Damn right I am.
Yeah.
Don't
I
forget.
get when you have your normal setup, it's just, It just comes naturally.
Women
you
don't
know
know
what
how
you're
to grill
doing from
sausage.
start to finish.
Say that again.
Women do not know how to grill sausage in an open area. They don't. They don't have any experience with it.
Says Fennel Frank over here.
I'm telling you.
Hey, I'm using my
man.
Blackstone tonight. What are you
Hey.
cooking? Carrots.
So you're gonna grill sausages that you don't eat?
No, but I know how to
Hey.
grill a sausage.
We're doing Blackstone rhubarb tonight. You want to come over? It's gonna be really good.
You have to flip it just right. It will burn.
You know, part of going back to the point you made a second ago, Kevin. Part of the fun of being in that lot is what made it so famous, right? Like, is it the freedom of the day that makes women so excited about it? Is it the throwback to the simpler times in our lives? Because, like, if you go to a Bills tailgate, it does have that bonfire in someone's backyard in high school vibe
Yeah,
to it.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And very few.
Bonding with like-minded people.
Yeah.
So like it takes it back to their youth.
Everybody's. I mean, there is.
But I mean, for her.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I think that might be the sneaky subconscious draw to the Bills tailgate is it's a ton of freedom.
Yep.
Right? You get to do whatever you want, up to certain exceptions. I mean, hell,
Right.
light a table on fire and jump through it. People aren't going to stop you. But, like, I am now in charge of my own day. How many other parts of your life do you have 4 or 5 hours where you have nothing to do? You have an entire mini city to travel. You can walk around and openly drink alcohol.
All right.
There are delicious grilled and smoked meats being prepared by very tough men, according to
All right,
Jason.
so maybe you will get a little diddling action in. I stand corrected.
You know what's even more mind-blowing about this? I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
No, I'm listening. I like the banter between you two.
You stop talking. It would make more sense that Kimmy, women in this area like to go because they were raised with it.
Yeah, and that's what I wonder
It's
too.
like your daddy, like your drunk daddy.
That's what I wonder too. If we
your drunk granddaddy.
if it's just so ingrained in our culture in Western New
Mm-hmm.
York that we have more female football fans than the average fan base. I don't know. I've only ever tailgated in an NFL city in Buffalo.
But like your sisters didn't go.
Oh, no, they did. My dad took them when they were kids, when I got older.
Wait, they made the cut, but you didn't?
Well, no, he had 6 seats. So when the Bills got really bad during the drought, like they would come sometimes. My sisters go to multiple games a year.
Oh, okay.
They love going. I take my daughters, so like it's possible one day when they grow up,
they'll
want to do stuff like that. What is strange to me, looping back to the whole George Kittle's wife coming and all the other players' wives from out of town, that high-end women
millionaires,
are
billionaires.
they're flying in to experience this. They spent a lot of money to get there.
But they're kind of slumming.
Okay, but they're still doing it.
I know, but you know what I'm saying?
They're there to see a show, though.
But they're
too.
kind of like looking at you as a joke.
They're participating in the joke.
I get it,
oh
man.
My
but
God.
it ain't like this is in regular rotation. These chicks are kind of going like, hey, look at
that's-
me, man. It's like when they go get a tattoo in a rough part of town that they would never hang out
Also something you wouldn't do because
Yeah.
you're a sissy?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like when kids buy drugs downtown because they want to look cool.
Also something you wouldn't do because you're a sissy? I love how you're naming all these things. Like, let me tell you what's wrong about them. Exactly me the same. I live my life like a high-end millionaire wife.
I wish.
There is part of me that they're seeing it as kind of like a spectacle, right?
That's fine, which is fine.
It's something I've never experienced, never seen. I'm here
And they ain't
to
hanging.
to see if it's really like what I see on social media.
And, like, here's the thing. I've done that at other sports stadiums. I understand it. But they're still doing it.
Yeah,
they're
I
still
understand.
participating in it. They're still spending 4 or 5 hours out in the cold and the rain and drinking beers. And they're, Birkin
Taking shots out of a bowling ball.
Yeah, Birkin bag smells like bonfire, right? You got to throw that thing
They're
out.
also climbing into their corporate jets to head back to their mansions.
You think that George Kittle's wife has a corporate jet?
She probably flew in on her own jet. I bet she took the owner's jet.
George Kittle doesn't have that kind of smoke.
You told me he's like the top guy on the team. He's like the number one receiver.
No, I said that he caught a touchdown pass in each of the last 3 weeks.
But he's like their star player.
No.
Who is?
Brock Purdy, the quarterback, Debo Samuel,
That
wide
kid
receiver.
ain't
Christian
good.
McCaffrey.
That
Yeah, thank you.
Iowa kid. I guess they're both Iowa kids.
He went to
Yeah, I
Iowa.
know,
Stupid.
I know.
Okay.
I saw the documentary.
Okay, then why not think before you speak, dumbass? Iowa kid. Wait a minute. Let me correct myself.
Well, they got a party bus.
Oh, not a private jet?
Well, you're not going to take a private jet right over to the stadium in the town you live in.
Someone with Smokewood, which she ain't got, son. She was flying JetBlue.
All right.
Let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I've already started it.
Well, yeah, because you're being a giant bitch.
So are you.
Oh, my God. No, I'm arguing for going out and have fun with your spouse.
Apparently you don't know how the
Tommy's
end of
like,
a date
no,
night
they're not
works.
going to like it. It's yucky.
Oh, my God. Guys, my shoes have been ruined.
Oh, is this date night? Yeah, bring a Bible.
Smells like tinkle. I don't like it.
Oh, your mom was there?
Why? Why?
No, his mom wasn't there. She doesn't go to games.
She did, but I don't. Bitch Voice Theater. And look, man, I know like this is one of your favorite discussions.
Oh.
Because we have set another record.
What?
We have set another record.
Really?
Which is pretty amazing, seeing as how none of us have any money, even though we've spent all of the money literally in the last 7 days.
But they can show you how fast we're spending it, which is amazing.
We'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. Tommy, you and I are not smart men.
No.
Based on if you're watching the live stream, him scrambling to put his headphones on.
Well, you guys go so fast.
Happens 12 times a day. You've
That's
done it
right.
for 30 years. And every
That's
time you're
right.
like, oh!
He either puts it on too late or 2 minutes too early.
I need a little downtime after I pee.
You and I are not smart men.
No.
So maybe there is something that we are missing here that is obvious. But it's also possible we don't understand how the economy works at all.
No.
Because these three stories, combined with one massive overarching story for the last couple of years, do not mesh.
No.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call him short or stupid or hear him arguing that women don't want to go to Bill's tailgates by listing every reason he doesn't want to go to Bill's tailgates. You got to really hurt someone, something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I just want a non-romantic date night where we just sit around and just eat food and drink and then just go to sleep after a while because I'm a non-date night having little bitch.
Hey, baby, I spent $40. Get down on it.
$40.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back, we call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. On CMF!
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. It's the holiday season, but I don't want to put on my little tight suit because I got such powerful thighs I can't wear my little dainty suit anymore because I'm not so dainty little boy bitch wearing a suit for the holidays.
See,
bitch.
You hurt him, and now he's taking it out on me.
Yeah, but you can't handle it.
Oh, no, bitch, Tom.
It's wet. It's cold.
I got water in my vegetable wound. It's going to get infected. I got a bad case of fennel fever. Help me, please. Mom, it's getting dark over here. I've been overtaken by fennel fever. Well, I did. Well, I opened. Remember that bottle of whiskey that my wife got me for Christmas that we tried, the Japanese whiskey?
Ooh, Japanese whiskey. Oh, you're eating my squish.
Oh, I got old intestines, and I'm afraid I'm going to get food poisoning for food that I ate an hour
too
ago.
much. I got to do kettlebell.
Oh, no.
Dueling
back-
turkey soup bitch voices right
My
now.
back hurts.
Going to and from London when we went last year for the
Yeah,
Bills
but you
game?
were flying high ass.
No,
in,
I
boy.
got
No,
everything.
you didn't do the ooh with me.
No, you get him.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I don't want to go to a friend's giving because it's too much. Plus, I don't actually have any friends because they're all fat and dead. Because I'm a non-Thanksgiving eating little bitch.
They're not dead yet.
Oh.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
We got word last night
Yeah, what happened?
that we had yesterday, or excuse me,
Yeah.
Monday, the biggest Cyber Monday in the history of America.
Of the world.
As Americans, we spent $13.3 billion
Yes.
just on online deals on Monday.
And they broke it down by the minute, which I thought was shocking.
I have it. Do you have it?
Oh.
I have somewhat in my head. I want to say it was around $13 to $15 million a minute.
Americans spent on Cyber Monday $15.8 million every 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
Per minute.
Yep.
That's insane.
All right. So
'Cause nobody has any money.
Well, okay. Don't get ahead of
Eggs are too expensive.
Last week, we had the busiest travel day ever
Yes.
in anticipation of Thanksgiving.
Right.
On Black Friday,
Mhm.
75% of the U.S. adult population spent money on Christmas gifts. It's the highest it's ever been.
Yeah.
And then we blew away the record for the biggest Cyber Monday in American history. By the way, that $13.3 billion is up almost 8% from the year before.
And so we've traveled our asses off.
Yep.
And then we spent our asses off.
Yep.
And we still haven't even gotten to the biggest holiday of the year, which is Christmas, which you will spend more money on.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Can someone explain how
Yeah.
money works to me?
Yeah.
Because to your point, if the big bitch is we have no money,
The
and
economy is terrible. The country's in terrible shape. We have no money.
how do these things go together?
Right.
Because they don't. Because you can't even argue that the money was spent by like the highest percentage of Americans,
No.
well-earning Americans, because 75% of American adults spent money on gifts on Black Friday.
Yeah, that ain't the 1%.
Thank you. How do we have all this money if we don't have any money?
Yeah.
Somebody make it make sense.
And they
252
can't.
WCMF.
Because every time I see these financial experts, they're all over the place. None of them make sense. So I got to figure some of these people are just making this stuff up.
Well, no, you like to think that because you don't like to know you're not smart.
Well, that too.
Okay. Because I'm not saying I understand it. In fact, I don't understand it. I just need someone to simply explain it to me how we can have no money and spend all of the money at the same time.
Because even when they interview people on the street, they go, well, I go to the store, and I got everything's priced out of my reach. But you're over here at Best Buy.
Yeah, priced out of he had to go with the slightly economical option for the flat screen TV.
Yes, I don't get it.
I wonder how much of the stuff, especially with Cyber Monday, though, how much of it gets returned.
Okay.
Well, it would have to be all of it.
But you would still have the money available to purchase it in the first place, which doesn't line up with what we were talking about. And let's say you returned half of it. Let's say that Americans collectively spend $7 billion on Cyber Monday. It still doesn't line up with what we're being told.
We're broke.
With what people are saying.
Yes.
I mean, is there anybody on Cyber Monday or Black Friday that made a conscious decision because of budgets to not spend money? Because I haven't met them.
You know what it is? It's going to be an old coot like me. I still got a flip phone, and, we budget our money. And I get mother one nice pair of slippers.
I guess
we call that a holiday.
I guess 25% of Americans may have done that, but that's still fewer than in the history of this country.
Mm-hmm.
Could also be a lot of impulse buys because.
But you still got to have the money to do it. All this takes bank.
I understand.
He's mad. Well, I'm mad too. We're both mad, Kimmy.
You just took a flight. You're over here buying.
But you were asking why is it so much now more than ever? And I just feel like you're just you're so bombarded by things that you don't even realize or don't even think you need until somebody on social media pops up and shows you how you could use it.
My question is, if the economy is terrible,
I know what you're saying,
and it needs to be fixed, what are you fixing if everybody has enough money to use all this disposable income? Because none of this is necessary.
100%.
Taking flights to see relatives and buying gifts ain't necessary. Where's all this? You shouldn't have all this money just laying around just to piss away.
Thank you. And I think it's a very simple question that we can't get a straight answer for. And all we're asking is for a straight answer.
And they don't have one.
Okay. Because, I don't mean to sound like old guy shaking my fist in the cloud here. But, we have been balls of our ass busted.
Yes.
And, Kimmy, you bring up the impulse buy thing, and I agree with you 100%.
I was just thinking of why maybe you're buying more on Cyber Monday now more than ever.
Fine.
I just think it's almost impossible to avoid.
But if Cyber Monday existed when I was broke and busted, I could not spend that money.
Right. If I had $10
to
my name, $11 was too much to spend. I didn't have it.
Right.
I had no way
But
getting
this is hooked up to a credit card. And I know that a lot of people don't even – because you're not seeing the money come out of your wallet. It might not even be registering that you're spending that money.
No, but even going down that road, Matthew writes the same thing. It's credit cards. That's how people are spending. You still need to have the line of credit available, which means you have the credit available, which means you are somewhat...
You qualify for this money.
And you are paying some kind of credit card bill to have that money not running up to your limit. Whatever angle you take it from, it says...
It's a roadblock.
There is money.
Yeah.
There is money. So what the hell? What the hell is happening? So do we have money and nobody wants to admit it?
Ooh.
Is that what it is?
Are we crying broke all the time? That was my old man.
Yes, we have a history as Americans of crying broke. Things that were always better. The argument was things were always better before. I wish I had that. I wish I had that. But it don't line up with what we got.
Somebody's lying their ass off.
Why you lie?
Somebody's lying.
Why you lie? About eggs and stuff.
Yeah.
Why you lie about eggs and stuff? It's going to be my economic paper that I'm going to get published.
It just freaked me out when people they do those big stories on eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Because they went up because now they're $5 a carton, which does sound like a lot, but you can't bitch about the egg when you have a 65-inch flat screen in your house.
You can't fry a flat screen, bud. Put that on a T-shirt selling the rock shop.
You can if you get high enough.
I'm pretty sure you're going to die if you try and eat fried flat screen. All right, we are super late, everybody. I hope we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here on CMF. It's going to be a Rapperoo.
Audio Thursday Rapperoo.
For Thursday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Friday. You know what that means?
We're going to get a little creepy.
Creep Cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. It is a football Friday.
Oh, my God. We're back to normal.
Yep, Bills-Rams, 4:25 Sunday, live right here on CMF. If you want to watch the game,
watch it.
There's going to be a really cool gal.
Oh, where?
Tommy, you'll be, no, I'm kidding. Kimmy, you'll be hanging out at the Bill Gray's tap room in Chili.
Lady K?
Yep, that's right. Delicious food, fantastic drink, a white box. Not that came out wrong. It was an inside joke about an actual cardboard box that will be there.
Box?
Nope, that also sounded bad.
Yeah.
I'm glad you also did it. Go hang out with Kimmy.
I didn't say nothing.
I talking to Kimmy. I talk Kimmy now.
There's no
I talk Kimmy now.
I talk to Kimmy.
I talk Kimmy now.
Bill Gray's tap room.
4:25.
Chili, Kimmy, CMF. Tommy's got his picks to make tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Tommy tells it like it is. We will have our good buddies, Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy!
They will both be in. The guesses are on as to what Ryan will be dressing up as tomorrow.
I have an idea.
Okay, what are you going to guess?
He's going to go Hollywood.
Well, yeah, obviously. But
I
what
mean,
kind?
like a big-time producer.
Well, no, because he'd have to just put on what you have, sleazy Hollywood producer.
But he's done that before. He's dressed as me.
He's got the sunglasses for it.
I
Those
think
sunglasses have been used in multiple characters.
I think he's going to go like big-time producer guy.
Have you, are you not noticing that every time he wants to dress like a douche, he shows up in almost the exact same outfit you are,
Yes.
not intentionally?
I know.
Maybe that says something about your outfit. And with the exception of the game 2 weeks from now, tomorrow, we have to get into how the Bills' mission now is simply Operation Don't Trip Up. And we'll get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who can't wait to see all of y'all at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chili on Sunday.
Mrs. Entertainment.
For Tommy Muley, who is dressed like a character that Ryan would play. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you about more in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.